Chapter 50 Plot. Chapter 50 Plot. As Chen Xiang stepped onto the stage, his facial expression was completely relaxed. He was in no way anxious because of his four powerful opponents. This calm and confident attitude made others admire him. Chen Xiang stood with the other four on stage, and even though they were 20 years old, they were still shorter. Their statures were not as robust as the 17-year-old Chen Xiang's. He actually looked more healthy and energetic compared to them. Lang Yulan, who was in the audience, seriously watched Chen Xiang. Her cold and beautiful eyes carefully observed Chen Xiang, wanting to see through him. But it was like clouds had covered more clouds. She wasn't even able to sense Chen Xiang's breath. Start. The instant the signal was given, all four of the other partook. 1. P. Ants rushed towards Chen Xiang extremely quickly. At the same time, they simultaneously blasted out a fist wrapped in vigorous true qi. Everyone could clearly tell that the four fists emitted a frightening amount of true qi. It seemed like they could even blast giant mountains into tiny rocks. Chen Xiang simply stood still with both hands behind his back. The four fists fiercely landed on his chest and bursted into qi waves which lead to a gust of fierce winds. The whole tournament stage wildly shook and nearly collapsed. At this moment, everyone's heart seemed to stop. The four fists were so frightening and had all landed on a single target. Let alone people, even solid iron bars would easily break under such pressure. But Chen Xiang was not an ordinary man. When the four fists struck his chest, his expression did not change in the slightest. In fact, if anything, his face was more relaxed as he stood there, which bathed the entire crowd in silence. Everyone stood dumbly like wooden chickens. Astonishment was clearly visible on every single face in the crowd. Lang Yulan's brow wrinkled. She was tightly watching Chen Xiang. Her mature, proud, and cold face was painted with surprise. Even if she completely exhausted all of her true qi, she could only barely resist those four fists. Yet not only did Chen Xiang not use any true qi, he didn't even prepare himself to defend. This was how casually he received those four blows. Chen Xiang didn't use true qi because he had already entered the 8th level of the mortal marital realm. Furthermore, his body was naturally a lot stronger due to the refinement in the immortal and devil pool. For him, opponents in the 6th level and the 1st level of the mortal marital realm were the same. Their attacks were merely superficial. Of course, out of everyone present, the most shocked were the four men who attacked Chen Xiang. As their frightening attacks struck Chen Xiang's body, it felt like everything went down the drain. The enormous strength they had put in their strikes just quietly disappeared, making them all question their own power because of how easily the other side had resisted their combined attacks with nothing but his body. They all openly retreated. If Chen Xiang can casually resist their simultaneous attack and not even flinch, one could only imagine his strength. It was dead certain that he was extremely powerful. Chen Xiang fully opened his eyes fully as the invisible slaughter qi emerged from his body. All the four men were bathed in extreme blood. As their whole bodies froze. It was as if they had fallen into L at the height of its slaughter, and Chen Xiang was the D of slaughter, and the four men were nothing but lambs lead to the slaughterhouse. Do you want to get down and forfeit, or do you want me to act? Chen Xiang's voice was full of killing intent. This was truly terrifying. The slaughter qi resulted from him practicing the slaughtering heart from the white tiger divine exercise, which added a spiritual pressure. Chen Xiang's voice resounded as the four people standing immediately backed off. Under the sweep of his frightening and almost divine killing sense, their spirits had collapsed long ago. With the help of his divine sense, not a single one of them had any intention left of fighting against him. From start to finish, Chen Xiang did not even move. He simply scared away the other four and entered into the quarterfinals. This result was outside anyone's expectations. Those who had entered into the quarterfinals experienced a large amount of pressure from facing this monster. Qin Xiang. Their chances of winning just diminished greatly. Next was to create 4 groups of individual 1-on-1 fights. This was also managed by the Yao family, but the matchups had not been announced for quite some time. Qin Xiang said nothing. In his eyes, whoever he had to fight was the same. Even if the Yao family tried to play dirty tricks, they would all amount to nothing like their attempt just now. Qin Xiang's next opponent turned out to be a Yao family member. In fact, it seems like he was the brother of Yao Tianhua. His name was Yao Chong and was only of the 6th level of the mortal martial realm. This actually made Qin Xiang surprised for a moment. But he quickly guessed things were not as they seemed, as he was the most clear on the Yao family's strength. Not to mention that the Yao family had arranged for someone from their own family to fight. There was no doubt some form of trickery involved. The Yao family disciples usually either planted spirit herbs or learned alchemy techniques. From the very start, their strength was way behind others. Yao Tianhua was an exception, as he could practice alchemy and have a good amount of power. However, he was currently missing. The Yao family simply did not have any other outstanding disciples. The Yao family mainly used their dawn to attract other families and a large number of wandering martial artists to settle down under their authority. Once again, Qin Xiang was in the last round of the day. Starting tomorrow, there would be 2 fights each day, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. Qin Xiang wasn't concerned about anyone, so he didn't go watch the earlier matches. He felt that the time would be better spent practicing alchemy. Once 2 days had gone past, and Qin Xiang was walking towards the Yao family after eating lunch. Although he didn't go watch the 3 matches, 2 yesterday and 1 in this morning, he still learned who won. The Crown Prince and Lung Yulan both won their respective matches and would fight each other tomorrow morning. This match between the Crown Prince and the Great General's daughter should be very interesting. Perhaps I'll go and watch tomorrow. Qin Xiang made a quick mental note as he stepped on the tournament stage, waiting for Yao Chong to arrive. As for Qin Xiang's and Yao Chong's fight, everyone thought that Qin Xiang would easily win. However, they were uncertain why the Yao family would allow Qin Xiang to face Yao Chong. It was like sending him to do a thankless and pointless job. Your display of strength clearly shows your worth as someone who defeated Tianhua. I hope Brother Chen will show some leniency. Yao Chong approached Qin Xiang and said with a smile. Yao Qin and Yao Tianhua looked somewhat similar. A sliver of pride could be easily seen on either of their faces, but it seemed more subdued on Yao Chen's. Qin Xiang did not actually care about this Yao family junior or his courtesy. Qin Xiang smiled and said, "Then we can compare notes on our martial arts." The two quickly separated from each other. Start. The instant the signal was given, Qin Xiang saw a hint of ruthlessness and cunningness appear in Yao Chong's eyes. Qin Xiang was slightly surprised in his heart, but knew that there was some dirty trickery ahead. Yao Chong took the initiative as he leapt towards Qin Xiang. Both of Yao Chong's fists were cloaked in hot flames, surging with a vigorous and scorching hot true qi. Watching the punch come towards him, Qin Xiang immediately moved to dodge. But in that instant, his whole body suddenly became slack, and he was unable to put forth even a tiny bit of strength. He was even unable to move his true qi, which made his heart jump with shock. Yao Chong's face suddenly turned ferocious as he said in a heavy voice, "Qin Xiang, you are finished." Both of his flaming fists landed on Qin Xiang's body, madly striking him. In just a blink of an eye, his chest and head have all been smashed by those violent fists. This be Astard. He's actually at the 7th level of the mortal martial realm. Qin Xiang had not expected that Yao Chong had hidden his strength so deeply. Yet, what Qin Xiang was most angry about was the despicable trick that Yao Chong has used that resulted in Qin Xiang's body turning weak and made him unable to mobilize his true qi. Unfortunately, Qin Xiang's body could be considered tougher than stone. Despite being struck by a 7th mortal martial realm expert with no defense, He was still not seriously injured, which scared the living daylights out of Yao Chong. When you were talking to me, you released an odorless and colorless poison from your mouth, paralyzing my meridians so that I can't move my true qi, right? Chen Xiang whispered, as his clear and calm eyes looked straight at Yao Chong. Yao Chong did not expect for his opponent to find out what method used so soon, but did not confirm or deny Chen Xiang's statement. Instead, he attempted to strike him with even more ferocity and madness. Chapter 51, BLOODY Methods. Chapter 51 BLOODY Methods. From the start of the match, Chen Xiang fell under the wind. It was out of everyone's expectations that Yao Chong's true strength was at the 7th level of the mortal martial realm, which surprised all of them. Now, they all understood why the Yao family had matched up Yao Chong against Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang, are you only this strong? I'm very disappointed. Leng Yulan stood nearby, hugging her bosom, her cold eyes filled with disappointment. At this time, Chen Xiang was already pushed to the edge of the stage and was going to be hit again by Yao Chong. The Yao family's methods were very clever and even caught Chen Xiang off guard. The Yao family considered nearly everything, but didn't know about the invisible ring on Chen Xiang's finger or the 2 peerless beauties inside it, one of which was a grand master of alchemy. This is a strong poisonous gas that has a strong attribute of paralysis. But after the refinement of your body in the immortal and devil pool, your meridians are extremely tough. You only need to operate the Tai Chi divine exercise and let the Tai Chi diagram in your dantian rotate, and the poisonous gas will be refined. Su Meiyao said, operating the Tai Chi divine exercise at once, the spirit chi all around Chen Xiang madly rushed into his body, surging into the meridians along with the paralysis poisonous gas. They both flowed into his dantian and was refined by the 5-element true qi inside. Yao Chong originally wanted to seriously wound Chen Xiang and then toss him off the stage. But no matter what Yao Chong did, Chen Xiang's eyes were filled with a deadly killing intent. Nothing close to resembling humanity could be seen in his eyes. Chen Xiang was already able to move. Meanwhile, without knowing this, the crowd was watching as Yao Chong pulled out a short knife that was shrouded in a cold aura, heading straight for Chen Xiang's chest. TLN, the actual translation for the short knife, was Snickers Neigh, which looked like this: "Go die!" Yao Chong shouted. Everyone was shocked as the whole field bursted into commotion. One could hear curses being shouted one after another. Just as Yao Chong's short knife was about to pierce his opponent's chest, Chen Xiang, who had not moved until now, suddenly stirred. Every single bone in Chen Xiang's body was ringing, emitting a crackling sound. He stretched out his left hand and grabbed the edge of the short knife between his 2 fingers, then viciously pinched the weapon, turning it into small shards. BASTARD. First you paralyze me with underhanded poisonous gas, and now you want to kill me so desperately. You Yao family, I see you, are ruthless. Chen Xiang cursed extremely angrily. Violent azure aura surged into both of his hands, filling to the brim with a lighting aura true qi, which was extremely scary. Go die! Chen Xiang shouted angrily as both of his fists shot forward, like 2 violent storms, striking directly on Yao Chong's body. In just a blink of an eye, a rain of fists containing violent lighting qi pounded Yao Chong's body. Yao Chong could only emit a series of pitiful screams as the Yao family members in the audiences quickly leapt towards the stage. After seeing this, Chen Xiang's palm suddenly transformed into a huge azure dragon claw. Azure true qi was valiantly soaring from the dragon claw and swiftly pierced through Yao Chong's body as blood soon sprayed out like a never-ending fountain. The instant Yao Chong was HIT by the azure dragon claw, true qi easily pierced into his fragile body and left 5 gaping holes. He fell like a rag doll onto the ground, but was still not dead yet. Chen Xiang, stop! A Yao family elder blasted a fist towards Chen Xiang, who easily sidestepped it. A sudden burst of true chi flash. H.I. Plussing with lightning aura could be seen on Qin Xiang's legs. Fiercely lifting his leg up, he spun like he was wielding a giant axe wrapped in azure lighting and sent a devastating chop towards Yao Chong's waist. "Stop!" That Yao family elder roared again, but Yao Chong had already been split in two by Qin Xiang's violent spinning kick. Yao Chong died instantly on the stage. The sight was extremely D.Y. and disgusting, while everyone watching suddenly had S.H.I. plus Ver running down their spines. The whole wide field was dead silent. The only noise that could be heard was a large group of people gulping. Qin Xiang's action made everyone astonished. Someone had actually, right in front of the Yao family gate, in front of an Yao family elder, beheaded one of the Yao family's esteemed juniors. Not only that, but he had also done so in such a B.L.O.D.Y. and gruesome flaws. H.I. plus on. When he was trying to kill me, why didn't you try to stop him? If he tries to kill me, what in the world made you think I wouldn't kill him? Moreover, I still followed the rules imposed. Qin Xiang's voice was freezing, yet fully of fiery anger. If he wasn't able to disperse the poisonous gas in time, he would have been killed. Just a moment ago, Yao Chong tried to stab Qin Xiang with a short knife. Everybody saw this clear violation of the rules. As such, Qin Xiang violating the rule of no killing did not mean anything. "Do you want to fight me?" Qin Xiang looked coldly at that Yao family elder as slaughter chi soared out from his whole body. The Yao family elder saw the split in half body lying on the ground, still dripping with blood. His old face was full of anger, with a gaze that was also filled with killing intent. At this time, several other Yao family elders arrived. Ha ha ha. So funny. The Yao family brat decided to go against the rules to try and kill someone, but still couldn't do anything. Instead, he was butchered, and now you old Yao family men are looking for revenge? One extremely bold individual stood up and suddenly started laughing loudly and openly mocking the Yao family. It was extremely loud and open. The ridicule from an audience member made those Yao family elders' complexions extremely ugly. They really hated Qin Xiang, so they had arranged Yao Chong to fight against Qin Xiang. They allowed Yao Chong to take the antidote before he filled his mouth with the poisonous gas, and the Yao Chong spoke with Qin Xiang. This way, Qin Xiang was poisoned. But despite all this, the Yao family underestimated Qin Xiang's strength. Yao Chong wasn't able to seriously injure Qin Xiang, but Yao Chong did not want to waste this golden opportunity. So he took out a short knife and tried to stab Qin Xiang. In Yao Chong's opinion, the Yao family was extremely powerful in the Southern Martial Empire and would be able to easily sweep this matter under the rug. Additionally, he would have killed Qin Xiang. "Qin Xiang, the Yao family will not let you off," one elder vengefully stated, his voice full of resentment. Qin Xiang sneered at him and said the dignified Yao family has actually declined to such a point. "Don't worry, I will not let off your Yao family either." Qin Xiang walked down the tournament stage. The Yao family elder didn't dare resort to violence because if he did so, the Yao family would be ridiculed in the entire Southern Martial Empire. Although this King City martial art tournament was managed by the Yao family, they still had to follow the rules. Yao Chong had violated the rules first, so Qin Xiang killing Yao Chong is a matter of course, even if the rules had stated against it. The Yao family wanted to stop Qin Xiang from leaving. They were reluctant to give way, but they all had a really good understanding of Yao Chong's strength. If Qin Xiang had easily executed Yao Chong in such a way, it was certain that Qin Xiang was, at the very least, encroaching the 8th level of the mortal martial realm strength. "Qin Xiang, don't be so proud. Yao Chong's teacher will soon come and deal with you." One of the elders coldly snorted before giving way and sending orders to clean up the tournament stage. Both of the Partic 1P ants were thought to be at the 7th level of the mortal martial realm. Yet Yao Chong was so vulnerable in front of Qin Xiang. Beforehand, Yao Chong had madly attacked Qin Xiang with all his might, yet failed to cause any harm to Qin Xiang. It was visible to anyone that Qin Xiang's strength was extraordinary. He was definitely not an ordinary martial artist in the 7th level of the mortal martial realm. Lang Yolan's beautiful curved eyebrows slightly knitted together. Watching Qin Xiang's back, she nibbled on her rosy red lips. She was also in the 7th level of the mortal martial realm, but the true qi she could cast out wasn't nearly as tough as Qin Xiang's. In both making true qi erupt instantly or transforming it into a qi aura attack, it was extremely difficult to achieve it in such an arbitrary way. Even she could just barely do so. The grudge and hatred between Qin Xiang and the Yao family deepened again. Moreover, this time, the other major forces were also tangled in it. This was because the relations, I plus P between them and the Yao family was very good. Now that the war between the two were inevitable, they were unsettled. This was because if the Yao family lost the battle, then the Qin family would have annexed the Yao family, firmly grasping all of their properties. Plus, the Qin family was now also one of the strongest Dan forces. If these families helped the Yao family, they would only suffer a loss. Chapter 52, Beauty Departs. Chapter 52, Beauty Departs. Qin Xiang returned to Dan King Hall. He instantly ran to practice within his private room. This time, Su Meiyao was going to teach him some underhanded methods to prevent poisoning. Otherwise, if he encountered a situation like this again, he may not be as lucky as he was today. Little devil, you should have enraged that old man today and made him come out and fight you. Now you've allowed him to prepare. You're too tender. Bai Yu said. She was wearing a black dress, both hands hugging her chest as she leaned on the wall. Her clear as ice eyes displayed an unrestrained, killing intent. Su Meiyao gently laughed and said, "Senior sister, I remember that you once said how you are very satisfied with how this brat handles things. What changed?" Bai Yu snorts humph. He doesn't have enough hatred. Not decisive enough regarding killing. Sister Yu, are you not tired of always wearing the same clothes? How about I buy you some newer and prettier outfits? Qin Xiang laughed and said, in order to please both beauties, Qin Xiang simply resorted to the best method he knew. That was to suggest beautiful clothes, as women liked this the most. Regarding this method, he has received rather good results from it. Bai Yu's elegant face turned slightly crimson, and her tone also became somewhat gentler. For now, that is not required. Su Meiyao covered her mouth with her soft hands and started laughing. She pouted her small lips and complained, "You little brat, what kind of potion did my senior sister fed you? She has more clothes than me, and I've always been so good to you as well. Yet my things are so few. You are completely biased." Qin Xiang stuck his tongue out, taking a deep breath to inhale the delicate fragrance released from Su Meiyao's body. He deliberately made a bitter face and said, "If I don't do this, how else can I make Sister Bai Yu feel superior?" Humph, becoming a little more clever, are we? Bai Yu snorts and says, "Senior sister, since you're unwilling, why not give these clothes to me?" Su Meiyao teasingly said, "You're actually asking me to give them to you? We usually share our clothes with each other." Bai Yu gave her a contemptuous look. Qin Xiang knew that both beauties resided all day within a small house inside the ring. No doubt they were bored, so he often ordered a lot of beautiful clothes and got small things for them so they don't feel too down. He did all of this so that the two beauties would feel happy. Although they were once peerless experts, they had now lost all their strength and were just ordinary girls. Bai Yu and Su Meiyao both knew how to deal with colorless and odorless poisonous gases. They soon taught Qin Xiang what they knew. It was mainly the method of how to guard his meridians using true qi. After leaving the private room, Qin Xiang came to arbor in the backyard. Meng Bo and Chen Luzhong were also here, both discussing alchemy techniques. Qin Xiang joined in on their conversation, and all three proceeded to exchange their experiences, which benefited all of them. "Brat, Today you've once again stirred up trouble. At such a young age, it's already hard to understand you. How come you have such a knack for trouble? Qin Lu's Hong shook his head and laughed. Mang Bo laughed brightly, said, "This brat is truly not ordinary. Otherwise, how could I have been defeated by him? It seems like a war between your Qin family and the Yao family is inevitable." Chun Xiang skimmed his lips and replied, "The Yao family asked for it. I think I simply did the right thing." Young Master Chen, manager, Senior Dan King, I did not think you were all together. A tender, sweet, and soft voice drifted over as Chen Xiang's heart jumped up. This was definitely Hua Yueyun's voice, about the matter between Chen Xiang and Hua Yueyun. These two old men had guessed a few things. Otherwise, how come the Dongxiang Herbal Manor was willing to sell spirit herbs to the Dan King Hall at such a cheap price? The two old men silently left on their own as Chen Xiang's heart turned bitter. Hua Yueyun's dress was very tight today. Her beautiful jade-like body was wrapped in a long white skirt. She looked like a fairy that enchanted people's mind with elegance. She had a unique flavor. Looking at her, Qin Xiang could not help but secretly praise her again and again, but at the same time he looked somewhat distressed. Seeing Chen Xiang looking depressed, Hua Yueyun angrily said, "I know you hate me." Chen Xiang hurriedly explained, "No, it's just that, elder sister Yueyun, you are too tempting, that it could almost be considered a crime." Hua Yueyun suddenly became happy as she tenderly laughed and said, "Are you worried about me? Relax. As long as you enter the Danxiang Taiyuan and become an excellent alchemist, I'm yours." Chun Xiang shook his head and said, "No. I have already said that I want to enter the extreme martial sect." Hua Yueyun snorted softly and said, "Little sweetheart, are you thinking about other people now?" Chun Xiang quickly replied, I did not. Yueyun's sister, you're really pretty. But as you know, I'm engaged to Xian Xian. So if I want to have concubines, I need to get her approval as well." Hua Yueyun softly sighed, then stuck her tongue out towards Qin Xiang. Making fun of him, she said, "I do not want to be your mistress. I want to be your maidservant." "Right. I'm going back to the Danxiang Taiyuan today. Why don't you come with me?" Hua Yueyun asked. Her face was full of antic. P-Asian. Qin Xiang was surprised and replied, "Danxiang Taiyuan? I've already decided to go the extreme martial sect. Thanks for your consideration, but I'll have to decline." Do not be surprised, but each manor lord is called Hua Yueyun. I've managed the Danxiang Herbal Manor for 2 years. Now I must go back. I must tell you that my real name is not Hua Yueyun. Hua Yueyun said. Her complexion immediately became one full of disappointment, now that she had to walk away from Qin Xiang. "I'm really sorry, but if I have the opportunity, I'll go to the Danxiang Taiyuan and find you." Qin Xiang sighed. Hua Yueyun said with a perfect smile, "Do not worry about the Danxiang Herbal Manor selling herbs to the Dan King Hall. Even after I'm gone, the Danxiang Herbal Manor will keep cooperating with the Dan King Hall, and the prices will also not increase." Qin Xiang was confused about why this girl wanted to be his maidservant. Nonetheless, he was extremely grateful to her. "Thank you. You do not need to be my maidservant. We're friends. In the future, I'll go to the Danxiang Taiyuan and look for you." Hua Yueyun laughed, said, "You do not want me as your girl. You'll certainly regret it later. Remember, you must come to the Danxiang Taiyuan and find me. For now, I won't tell you my name. I don't want you finding me so easily after all." As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly went over to Qin Xiang and kissed him, then ran away laughing, leaving Qin Xiang petrified like a stone statue. What's the matter with this woman? Qin Xiang licked his lips that still had some remaining fragrance, making him feel inexplicably wonderful. Su Meiyao laughed softly and said, "This little Yao Jing decided to eat you. I'm still not clear how you are so fortunate. Before it was Xue Xian Xian, and now this Yao Jing has taken a liking to you." Qin Xiang snorts and said in a low voice and in a very COCKY way, "Humph, that's because of my charm. You will understand why in the future." These days, although Qin Xiang wasn't refining pills, he had been ACCU, mulating dragon saliva for growing herbs. He also started preparations for refining high-grade mortal level dawn and low-grade spirit level dawn. This was a new challenge for him, now that his strength was at the 8th level of the mortal martial realm. The very next morning, Qin Xiang arrived at the entrance of the Yao family field. Today was the match between Leng Yulan and Song Nanming. One was the crown prince, while the other was the daughter of a great general. Both of their strength were at the 7th level of the mortal martial realm. This sort of things made others very much look forward to their match. Chapter 53, Vicious Hidden Weapon. Chapter 53, Vicious Hidden Weapon. On one side, above the tournament stage, a handsome man wearing a golden huafu stood, while on the other side, a mature girl wearing black tights that sketched out her charming and hot figure. Although she was only a young girl, she was already peerless beauty and had remarkable grace. Furthermore, she had beautiful yet bizarre white hairs. Nonetheless, she was very attractive. As Qin Xiang watched, he fell into disbelief. In the eyes of the crown prince, Song Nanming, pure unhidden resentment could be seen. Qin Xiang was sure that there must be some deep grudge between the two. "Have you heard? This crown prince once proposed to Leng Yulan, but she actually refused. Furthermore, the crown prince then tried to take liberties with her and was slapped as a result," a man said. "I also heard that Leng Yulan kicked him in between his legs, wasting him. Later, he had to spend a large amount of spirit coins to buy an extremely good spirit herb." Laughed a middle-aged man. "Ha ha ha, this is definitely going to be fun to watch." Qin Xiang didn't expect Leng Yulan had such courage to deal with Song Naming in such a peculiar way. As the contest started, Leng Yulan once again transformed into a black shadow, treading above the stage. After all, this excellent qigong was her speciality. She was moving in hyperspeed above the tournament stage, from time to time sending a slap or a kick towards Song Naming. Each time he either dodged or parried her attack. Song Nanming's strength was also quite good, but still it was a bit lacking compared to Leng Yulan's. After all, she had the fire and ice dual vein, and was able to fuse fire true qi together with ice, resulting in a powerful and strange fusion of true qi. Although Song Nanming was able to parry her attacks, the true qi had a considerable effect on him, making his body feel as if it was sometimes hot and others cold. Additionally, he wasn't able to hit Leng Yulan because she was moving too quickly. Certainly Leng Yulan doesn't just have good martial skills. She only has this qigong for high-speed movement. Su Meiyao said, "Because of her fire and ice true qi, only a few martial skills are suitable for her. As such, she can only battle this way. In the end, she doesn't get hit by any attack, not even allowing an opportunity for the opponent to touch her. This girl is fairly clever." What Qin Xiang cultivated was a multiple type true qi, and was also able to direct single or multiple attributes of true qi at the same time. However, Leng Yulan couldn't. She could only use the fusion of fire and ice true qi. Only a few martial art skills utilize both qis at the same time. This was very troubling for Leng Yulan. Although her true qi was terrifying, she lacked a truly suitable martial skill to demonstrate her full power. Song Nanming was still unable to hit Leng Yulan and could not help but grow irritated. He knew that if things were to continue unchanged, he would definitely lose. At this moment, Qin Xiang saw faint flashes of light suddenly flicker above the contest stage. His eyesight was extremely good. He could even see the ant's leg on the tournament stage. What he saw was a few nearly transparent needles that were protruding from Song Naming's sleeves. Ice needles. Qin Xiang silently cursed at Song Naming. Soon, he heard Leng Yulan's cold and beautiful shout. He saw that she was suddenly covering her abdomen, staring at Song Naming with a face full of anger. Song Nanming only grinned in response and in a single step arrived in front of Lung Yulan. Emitting true qi from his legs, he fiercely kicked Lung Yulan's covered abdomen. The violent and powerful kick struck firmly on her body. Lung Yulan screamed as she flew off the tournament stage. To everyone's surprise, she managed to steadily stop herself, but her hands covering her abdomen were soaked with blood. You despicable fellow. Lang Yulan bit her lips. Her eyes were filled with resentment and hate toward Song Nanming, who was still on the tournament stage. You are merely incompetent, yet you dare call me despicable. Song Nanming sneered. Lang Yulan removed her palm. Her abdomen was still bleeding, but there was nothing to see. She could only feel a trace of coldness. She quickly guessed it was due to an ice needle, but it had already melted. Chun Xiang arrived beside her as he took out some herbal powder and a dispelling poison dan. Speaking in a serious tone, he said, "Be careful, ice needles are often poisonous." Lung Yulan looked at the objects in Chun Xiang's hands and could not help but be surprised. She nibbled her lips and whispered, "Thank you. Don't worry. I'll make him pay for what he did to you." Chun Xiang slightly smiled towards her. Lung Yulan sighed and said, "My hopes for entering a martial sect is now shattered. Many thanks, young Master Qin, for giving me these dawn." Chun Xiang understood that in order to learn appropriate martial skills, Lung Yulan had to enter a sect and search, but now she had lost that opportunity. "Brat, give her the metal spirit fruit and make her go to the extreme martial sect. She has the rare ice and fire dual vein. The extreme martial sect will eagerly accept her," Su Meiyao said. Chun Xiang was surprised to hear this while looking at Lung Yulan's slightly angry face. "Tell her that if the extreme martial sect does not accept her, she could give the metal spirit fruit in exchange for an A assessment." This time it was by Yuyu's voice. They were all girls, and Lung Yulan is a good seedling. They would naturally want her to have good achievements in the future. Chun Xiang whispered, "Miss Lung, this poison contained within the ice needles may be serious. Could you accompany me to the Dan King Hall for further examination?" Song Nanming, who was on the tournament stage, he grounded his teeth as he watched Chun Xiang and Lung Yulan interact. Song Nanming could not hear what Chun Xiang said, but he hated the fact that the two were talking to each other. Chun Xiang and Lung Yulan acted fairly nice towards each other. One is a prestigious and talented teenager, while the other was a 7th-level mortal martial realm beauty. Mutual admiration was a normal thing to occur. Lung Yulan nodded her head and left with Chun Xiang. She was also worried about the poison in the ice needles, as she could possibly die from it. On the 3rd floor of the Dan King Hall, Mengbo's face was full of anger, declaring, "Very good, ruthless poison. This thing could remain hidden in someone's body for a very long time. The majority of this poison could even remain inside an individual for several months, possibly even after a year. Little girl, don't worry too much. Although this position is formidable, once it's found, it's actually quite simple to remove." Mangbo chuckled and pulled out a dan. "This is a high-grade mortal-level dan, the cleansing core dan. It can easily detoxify this poison." When Lung Yulan found out that Song Nanming had used such deceitful and devious means to deal with her after the compet, Tian, her face was full of hatred. She looked at the dan in Mengbo's hand and asked in a low voice, "How many spirit coins?" "Just eat it, there is no need to pay." Chun Xiang then took the dan and handed it to her. Mengbo chuckled as he left on his own cognizance. Lung Yulan had a complex expression that could be seen in her eyes as she looked at Chun Xiang. "Why are you helping me?" Although she had brought up the matter, she guessed that Chun Xiang might have been attracted to her beautiful face. But she also knew that Chun Xiang had a fiancé, one who was currently away in one of those martial sections, a very talented and beautiful girl. Chun Xiang laughed and said, "No big reason. I just wanted to become friends." Lung Yulan swallowed the dan and then smiled towards Chun Xiang. It was similar to a peony flower blossoming. Chun Xiang could not help but stare at her. I never thought that I would become friends with you, a genius alchemist. It's my pleasure to be friends with you. Lung Yolan's complexion became much better as she softly said, Many thanks, young Master Qin. Chun Xiang shook his head in response and said, Don't mention it. Here, this is a metal spirit fruit. Keep it. Although Lung Yulan was not proficient in herbs, even she had heard about the metal spirit fruit. She also knew that it was this fruit that the Dan King Hall had used to recruit alchemists, but had not expected Chen Xiang to give one to her. Chapter 54, Sister. Chapter 54, Sister, edited by Sitsi. Don't ask me why. Just take it and go to the extreme martial sect. If they don't let you join, give them the metal spirit fruit in exchange for an A assessment. Through this method, you can enter into the sect, as I believe that you hold all the qualifications needed to pass their examination. Chun Xiang instructed. Lung Yulan was shocked. For her, it was very hard to believe that Chun Xiang would help her in such a way. Yulan, your father, great General Lung, was killed in battle a few years ago. It was you who has had it hard these past few years. How about we become sworn brother and sister? After I also enter the extreme martial sect, I will take care of you. Chun Xiang's heart was moved when he remembered Lung Yolan's life experience. Watching her, anyone would feel pity and compassion towards her, as they couldn't help but have such feelings. Lung Yulan also became startled. She nibbled her lips as her eyes suddenly became moist. Yet she faced Chun Xiang, smiled, and said, Little sister greets elder brother. Chun Xiang grinned. Yulan, you have the fire and ice veins after you enter the martial arts sect. Your future prospects are boundless. I'll help you in any way I can. Before, Lung Yulan was a little wary about Chun Xiang, but any of her suspicions and other thoughts had vanished in a puff of smoke. She now knew that, with Chun Xiang's current status, he could get any girl he wished for. It would be very idiotic of him to tarnish his reputation just because of a matter between a man and a woman. Although Chun Xiang and Lung Yulan had just recently met, they were concerned about each other, almost as if they had known each other for a long time. And today they had met and recognized each other as equals. Chun Xiang was helping her, and essentially showering her with love. She was extremely moved, as this was the first time that someone had shown such care for her after her father's death. They had only met each other for the first time, yet she had already received so much help. Therefore, Lung Yulan was very happy to become Chun Xiang's sister. From the moment she had heard about him, she was impressed by Chun Xiang's strength, almost to the point of secretly wars. I plus ping him. Brother, I'll always remember your kindness today. I'll be on my way. My body situation is slightly complicated at the moment. I don't want to delay any longer. Remember to teach that ruthless song Nanming a lesson he won't forget. Lung Yulan said, as she smiled at Chun Xiang. Yulan, hold on. Be sure to be careful on the way. Chun Xiang then set her a small jade bottle. Inside of it were several very good pills, solidifying Lung Yulan's feelings of gratitude. Lung Yulan's father was killed 3 years ago in battle. For all these years, she had been living alone. It was very difficult for her, however. Trying to elevate her strength alone showed that she was a very strong girl. Lung Yulan's eyes once again moistened up. She nodded and said, Please accept Yulan's salute. Chun Xiang immediately went to hug her, laughingly saying, My dear sister, I forbid you to do such things. Be careful on your way to the martial sect. I'll become a lot stronger. Brother, you must remember to look for me. Lung Yulan wiped her tears away, as the feelings of receiving somebody's love and concern had made her feel very moved once again. And I'll certainly come. Chun Xiang stroked her silky white hair. Brother, what if I don't go just yet? I know there is some hatred between you and the Yao family. Perhaps I can be of help. Lung Yulan restored her previous cold and proud demeanor, her whole body full of vigor. With her warlike intentions soaring, she resembled a valkyrie. But watching Qin Xiang, her expression was soft. Qin Xiang shook his head, smiled, and said, "No, my Qin family can easily deal with it. Your health is more important." Lang Yulan bit her lips, firmly saying, "Brother, later I'll fight side by side with you. I won't drag you down." Qin Xiang was very pleased with her reply. He nodded his head and asked, "You know the way?" "I know. I have been gathering information about all of the sects long ago. Although the route is somewhat dangerous, I can handle it. There is no need for you to worry." Lang Yulan said. Qin Xiang accompanied Lang Yulan out of the city. Here he sat down and watched as she rode away on a horse. In the afternoon, it was Qin Xiang's turn to compete. But when he went to the tournament stage, he was told his compet won. Tor had abstained, which made him feel somewhat weird. After the display of Qin Xiang's strength, in addition to the BLOODY display he had made yesterday when he had killed Yao Chong, everyone was afraid of Qin Xiang's strength, and the fear was still lingering in their minds. In the finals, Qin Xiang was going to be facing the Crown Prince, Song Nanming. The audience was extremely looking towards this match. For many people, the Crown Prince's strength was unfathomable because of how he had defeated Lang Yulan. Additionally, he was, after all, the Crown Prince of the Southern Martial Empire. As such, he had a gigantic number of resources and could learn various powerful martial skills. But Qin Xiang knew that Song Nanming's strength was inferior to Lang Yulan. It was only because of his dirty tricks that he had won. Qin Xiang had already decided that as long as the Crown Prince used ice needles against him, he would act mercilessly. The Dan King Hall had already been opened for a few days. It was also very popular, stealing away a lot of the Yao family's business. Qin Xiang was concerned about the Chen family elder, Qin Furong. He hadn't taken any action yet, even though Qin Xiang had just killed one of the important Yao family's juniors yesterday. Taking into account Qin Furong's previous actions, he should be looking to cause trouble for the Dan King Hall. Qin Xiang was sure he was up to no good. He also received a message from his father that the majority of the Chen family's experts were on their way to the king's city. Furthermore, they were coming secretly. Late at night, Qin Xiang was cultivating in a private room when he suddenly sensed the breathing of several people at the 8th level of the mortal martial realms appearing inside the Dan King Hall. He was awakened by this and quickly left his private room, heading towards the source of the breaths. "Dad." Qin Xiang was surprised as he looked at the other people present. In the group, there were 2 middle-aged men, the other 3 being rather old. Uncle Ihan, Great Uncle Hao Hai, Great Elder, Second Elder, and Third Elder. Qin Xiang was shocked in his heart as he quickly saluted these elders. Excluding Chen Hao Hai, Elder Qin Ihan, the other 3 were at the 7th level of the mortal martial realm. Yet now, they had already entered the 8th level of the mortal martial realm. TLN, I don't know about other, but in my translation, Great Elder, Great Uncle, Great Brother as such means eldest brother, uncle, and such. Smelly brat, you certainly put my 1,000-year-old blood spirit, GRA, to good use. Qin Hao Hai laughed merrily. He was quite sorrowful on the day that he had lost that herb. But now, when he saw that the Dan King Hall had flourished to such a degree, he felt surprised and delighted. Qin Ihan smiled. His smile was somewhat gentle while at the same time somewhat sinister as he said, "I didn't expect that you could establish a Dan shop in such a short amount of time. Moreover, drawing in the Dan King, our Qin family will certainly be able to become one of the strongest families in the Southern Martial Empire." The other 3 elders also praised him abundantly. One bald old man said, "The Yao family was greatly resisting and blocking our Qin family's entry into King City. Among them was Qin Furong." Great Elder is correct. Fortunately for us, we made contact with an ancestor of our Qin family. He helped us break through to the 8th level of the mortal martial realm using spirit, level Dawn. He cannot meddle in secular worldly matters, so he let us clean out the house and handle Qin Furong. The second elder made a killing gesture. Qin Xiang frowned, asking, "How strong is Qin Furong? How many Chen family members have come?" Chan Tianhu answered, "We brought 300 elite disciples, who are all above the 4th level of the mortal martial realm, while we few old men also came to help. Chen Tianhua was also at the 8th level of the mortal martial realm, and now there are 6 Chen family martial artists who are at the 8th level of the mortal martial realm. Counting in Chen Xiang, that number was raised to 7. According to the structures of power in the Southern Martial Empire, their strength was quite Astonese. H.I. Plussing. Chen Furong is estimated to be at the 9th level of the mortal martial realm. Thus, 6 of us together may just barely be able to balance it out." The great elder said with a somewhat serious expression. Chun Xiang smiled slightly. "If our Qin family and the Yao family go to war, you just have to handle the Yao family. Leave Qin Furong to me." Chen Tianhu suddenly stood there blankly, as the jaws of the 3 elders were almost touching the ground. "My dear son, have you entered the 9th level of mortal martial realm?" Chen Tianhu asked. He was astonished, and it was clearly visible on his face. Chun Xiang slightly pursed his lips, saying, "I'm just at the 8th level of mortal martial realm, but I think I'll be able to hold Qin Furong for quite a while. That way, you elders with your overwhelming strength will be able to completely decimate the Yao family." Chen Tianhu let loose a long breath. If Chen Xiang had entered into the 9th level of the mortal martial realm at his age, then he himself, as well as the other old men, should just go die in a handful of water. Thankfully, Chen Xiang had only entered into the 8th level of the mortal martial realm, which still gave them a big surprise. They also knew that his strength couldn't be defined by common norms. After all, when Chen Xiang was merely in the 5th level of the mortal martial realm, he was already able to defeat Qin Yihan, who was in the 7th level of the mortal martial realm. Remembering this fact, the Chen family experts all shuddered. Chen Tianhu and the others soon left. They still had to secretly lead the 300 elites to the Yao family's tournament field tomorrow. Meanwhile, Chen Xiang was still adjusting himself to get to his most optimum state, so that he was prepared to cope with various situations that could occur tomorrow. Chapter 55. Dragon Martial Technique. Chapter 55. Dragon Martial Technique. The weather was sunny in the mornings. As usual, King City was very lively. Many people learned that there was only the final round left of the King City Martial Art Tournament. However, even after that, there was one more hurdle to pass. One of the martial arts sect's disciple was also going to compete. Only after winning against that disciple could someone be considered the victor of the entire tournament. Hearing this new piece of information, Chen Xiang secretly cursed in his heart. He guessed that it must have been because of Qin Furong. He must have disappeared from King City to recruit someone for this specific purpose, just so that Chen Xiang could not be considered the true winner of the King City Martial Art Tournament. Rest assured, it is impossible for an inner disciple to partake. 1. P8. They don't have that much spare time. If I have to guess, it will probably be a relatively strong outer sect disciple. Most likely, it will be someone around the 8th level of mortal martial realm. Su Meiyao said. She and Bai Yuyu were very clear about the inner proceedings of sections. That's good. I hope that they are not too disappointing. Chun Xiang's fighting spirit soared in his heart. At the Yao family's main entrance, tens of thousands of people had already gathered. This was the finals of the tournament. Besides, it was the compet. 1. Tie-in between 2 young juniors, both of which very prestigious and strong young men. Among the crowd, Chen Tianhu, Qin Yihan, Qin Haohai, and others had already hidden themselves. They each commanded 50 Qin family elite juniors. As soon as there was any sign of trouble, they were ready to take action. As Chen Xiang came over to the middle of the tournament stage, the crowd suddenly burst into an uproar. Surprisingly, he actually dared to come. I heard that the Yao family will take him away right after he wins the finals. One man said with a surprise, It is said that he has something to do with the disappearance of the Yao family elder and their young genius. The Yao family will probably pin that crime on him as an excuse to deal with him. Another middle-aged man said, "He already has so much courage at such young age." 2 days before, he faced the Yao family elders after Ma's sacring Yao Chong. Chun Xiang's strength is also good, and he also dares to fearlessly threaten others regardless of their background. One teenager said, full of envy, "Of course, in this world, strength has always have been revered. As long you have strength, you can have everything." Listening to the arguments and conversations from the audience, Chun Xiang knew that the Yao family had deliberately released some information. This gave off the message that they were prepared to deal with the Chun family, which also signified the start of the war between the two families. This was a very common method. Other forces would often release such information to warn and threaten their opponents. Not far away from the tournament stage, there was a tower. On the top of that tower, there were many luxuriously dressed people residing in a room. Many maids and guards were present around them. From this alone, one could tell that their status was definitely out of the ordinary. The Southern Martial Empire's emperor is also watching the finals. I heard he is here to boost the morale of his son, and that he has also bought many imperial palace experts. In fact, even all of the imperial concubines have come here to watch the finals. Chun Xiang's eyesight was very formidable. Among the people seated in the tower, he could see a person wearing the dragon robe star. He had a majestic expression. That middle-aged man with the extraordinary bearing was no doubt the emperor of the Southern Martial Empire. For the common populace, the imperial power was way above them, but for the powerful families, they were simply not worth mentioning. In the eyes of those families, the emperor was just someone who manages the empire so that it can develop in an orderly phase. There was not any kind of disarray among the populace, so these families could smoothly gain benefits from the common SSES. The crown prince arrived as he flew from that distant tower. He was wearing a fiery red and magnificent dress, displaying the elegant qigong skill he had. Softly, he landed on the tournament stage. His arrival alone caused many girls present to scream out. Chun Xiang was secretly belittling him in his heart, thinking, "Look at you, seeming so imposing. Just wait. I will beat you so hard that even your father, the emperor, will not recognize you afterwards." Song Nanming looked at Chun Xiang with disdain in his eyes and calmly said, "If you want to relieve yourself from physical suffering, there is still some time." Song Nanming knew how strong Chun Xiang was, but Song Nanming was also very confident about his victory. Chun Xiang, looking at that arrogant and sinister face of Song Nanming, guessed that he definitely had another despicable trick up his sleeve. This time, Chun Xiang was cautious and ready, otherwise he would be on the back foot again. "Rest assured, I'm very thick-skinned. I'm afraid your hand will hurt if you hit me." Chun Xiang replied it sounded sarcastic, but what he said was the truth. "Humph! You don't know the immensity of the heavens." Song Nanming coldly snorted. He intentionally raised his voice, making it so that everyone on the whole field could hear it. Seeing Song Nanming putting on a high and mighty act, Chun Xiang secretly smiled in his heart. If you don't have necessary strength, everything said and done was all completely useless. Start. If someone violates the rules, you can already figure out the consequences. One old man wearing a gray robe shouted. He was not a member of the Yao family, but rather one of oldest martial artists. It is said that he was the descendant of the founder of the martial art tournament. Song Nanming had already violated the rules before, but there was no evidence, so Chun Xiang could not do anything or point it out. At the start, Song Nanming faced the audience as he took off his golden red dress. Inside, he was wearing golden tights and golden boots. It looked as if a wealthy Blemon had appeared on stage. "Today, I'll show you a bit of the martial skills from our Southern Martial Empire's imperial family. I'll let you experience the formidability of the dragon martial technique," shouted Song Nanming. An unusual fierce breath emanated from his body. It was similar to Chen Xiang's azure dragon true qi, but was lacking in its ancient and majestic imposing aura. Dragon martial technique. This was one of the ancient martial techniques. Legend had it the technique was handed down by someone who later transformed into a divine dragon. After casting it, one would gain the same imposing manner and power as a real dragon. That said legend was certainly formidable, however. To be as formidable as dragon was very hard to believe. Watching the visible golden essence flowing in the blue veins of Song Nanming's fists, everyone could not help but gasp. They had not expected that they would be able to witness the mystical dragon martial technique in their lifetime. Chen Xiang narrowed his eyes, released his powerful and invisible divine sense. He enveloped Song Nanming's whole body and could clearly see Song Nanming's internal organs, and was also able to observe how his true qi was circulating. Simultaneously, Chen Xiang secretly stored the whole process in his mind, and then also made his true qi flow in accordance with the previous method. I did not expect the dragon martial technique to appear in this secular world. Make sure to remember every bit of it. Su Mei Yao transmitted this order to Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang had already learned the entire technique. At this time, Song Nanming, because of the profound method of circulating his qi, had made all of his internal true qi change in order to produce a stronger and more powerful force. Dragon Aura Fist. Song Nanming fiercely leapt into the air, as if a golden aura was shot towards Qin Xiang. Song Nanming's fists quickly transformed, which had an uncanny resemblance to the eagle claws. Constantly rumbling, one after another, golden qi aura flew towards Qin Xiang, sending shock waves in the air as they flew past, followed by bursts of sonic booms one after another, as they violently struck on Qin Xiang's chest. After the golden qi aura struck Qin Xiang's chest, Song Nanming soon appeared in front of Qin Xiang. Both of their fists flew towards each other. As the two moved, only explosions followed them. Fist met fist at an extremely fast pace. From afar, it appeared as if both of them had thousands of arms. In the mere blink of an eye, a few hundred punches had already been exchanged, each filled with true qi, resulting in numerous explosions. Song Nanming threw out qi aura with each fist and also produced a qi explosion. As such, the huge tournament stage started shaking, while the frightening sonic booms made more and more people shudder. But what made everyone dumbfounded was not the fact that Song Nanming had casted the dragon martial technique, but rather the fact that Qin Xiang's fists had met evenly with Song Nanming's blows. Furthermore, the speed of Qin Xiang's fists were exactly the same as Song Nanming's punches. Additionally, all of this was done with a relaxed expression on Qin Xiang's face. *TLN, Long Pao, or the dragon robe, are the gowns worn by the emperor in China. It is just a robe with a dragon or many dragons on it. If you are interested how it looks, you can check it out here. All of the robes shown there are Long Pao. Chapter 56, TIT for Tat. Chapter 56, TIT for Tat. The crowd was unable to clearly see the quick blows from Song Nanming. Each of them was covered in a very powerful qi aura, but Chen Xiang was able to keep up his opponent's speed. In fact, it seemed as if he was precisely judging the end location of each blow, and then accurately retaliated with his own. Qin Xiang was using the azure dragon true qi. Violent lightning was flash. Plussing in between the two figures, rumbling as they moved from place to place. With each counter blow, a roar could be heard, each producing its own qi aura storm. This was far more imposing and stronger than the so-called dragon aura fist from Song Nanming. The sight above the tournament stage was a dazzling sight to behold. It was as if two people were responsible for a giant parade of fireworks. Except Instead of countless sparks, they were deadly explosions caused from the two's fists colliding against each other. It was Song Nanming who had first initiated the fight, but now he was gradually retreating. Yet somehow he remained dignified. Both of his fists were now numb. He could sense Chen Xiang's vigorous, true qi from each counterattack. But it was more than that. Song Nanming had also thought that he would be able to quickly defeat Qin Xiang by casting the Dragon Aura Fist. So Song Nanming had desperately consumed a vast amount of true qi for the martial skill. Yet it just ended up being easily repulsed by Qin Xiang. This lost ancient martial skill is not something the likes of you can use. You are simply unworthy of the dragon martial technique. Qin Xiang suddenly sneered as his blows became even more fierce. Suddenly, he retreated a few steps as golden qi started to emanate from his whole body. On both of his fists, golden true qi was flowing inside his meridians, similar to what happened when Song Nanming used the dragon martial technique. But compared to the previous scene, this one seemed much more formidable. The golden aura valiantly surged, reflecting even in Qin Xiang's eyes. His hands looked like they were covered in solid gold, vaguely giving off the illusion that they had turned into vigorous and powerful eagle claws. In fact, golden scales started appearing one by one, piece by piece. Their aura valiantly surged, combining and fusing with the slaughter qi, which made it capable of shaking people's very soul. The dragon martial technique was suitable for someone who used the metal attributed true qi. Qin Xiang's metal attributed true qi corresponded to the white tiger, as his metal attributed true qi carried killing intent. When he casted the dragon martial technique, his imposing manner not only combined with his threatening slaughter qi, but rather multiplied its strength. His imposing aura was not only that of slaughter and fear, but also the aura of someone who disdained the entire world. Arrogant, conceited, ignoring all world powers and influences, he stood there alone. In that distant tower, the emperor fiercely rose up from his throne. His eyes were wide open, and a clear look of astonishment could be seen in them. Looking at Qin Xiang, the emperor muttered, "Impossible! Impossible! Only we of the imperial family possess the dragon martial technique. How in the world would a brat like him learn it?" Suddenly, pure raw murderous intent appeared on the emperor's face. Inside the entire southern martial empire, we must never allow others to grasp the dragon martial technique. Only we of the imperial family can be considered the true descendants of the dragon race. Qin Xiang had never thought the dragon martial technique was profound or hard to master. After all, he simply followed and recreated the exact same things he saw in Song Nanming when he had operated his true qi for this technique. Albeit it was a little bit complicated, but Qin Xiang had an extremely powerful and keen divine sense. He easily, perfectly memorized it and branded it onto his mind. Now that he had finally cast his new skill, an amazingly powerful aura was emitted throughout his entire body. How could you? Where in the world did you learn this? Only those of us who have the dragon blood inheritance are able to learn it. A mere mortal like you. His words weren't even completely finished before Qin Xiang took a step, which erupted into a loud explosion. In fact, even the tournament stage that had been made of thick wood was suddenly crushed, completely collapsing under the tyrannical might of the single step. Smoke and dust scattered in all directions, shocking the H.E.L. out of everybody watching. This level of frightening power caused everyone close to the stage to retreat. They feared their lives would be in danger if they stayed too close. Although it consumes a lot of true qi, its power if equally great. Indeed, it is truly worthy of the tea of a lost ancient martial skill. Qin Xiang could not help but marvel at the strength he now possessed. He had not expected to learn this mighty martial skill. Qin Xiang had gotten a very large harvest. Song Nanming was shocked by this, But there was also hate and envy at how Qinxiang could display the very same dragon martial technique, yet at such a more profound and powerful level. It also gave Song Nanming insight into the technique's frightening depths, yet he simply could not reach the same level of force as Qinxiang. Qinxiang, do not blame me. Blame yourself for showing off your ability. Song Nanming's eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of a ferocious and ruthless aura. He fiercely waved his hand as 10 very fine and small needles penetrated the dense smoke of dust, flying straight towards Qinxiang. Although smoke was flying around everywhere, Qinxiang's divine sense was still extremely formidable. He was able to completely grasp all the movement of objects around him, including those tiny needles that were currently flying straight at him. As the needles flew towards Qinxiang, he shouted as a sudden wall of fire appeared in front of him. This was alchemical true qi fire, which was capable of refining even the most heat-resistant materials that were harder than iron. Those tiny needles never stood a chance. Those needles instantly melted when they struck that wall of fire. The fire wall also soon vanished, shortly after the smoke started to disperse as well. With that powerful and mighty dragon qi aura surging in both his fists, Qinxiang walked step by step towards Song Nanming. Dragon aura fist! Qinxiang coldly shouted. Both of his fists crazily smashed towards his opponent. It was as if thousands of golden meteors were raining down on Song Nanming. Song Nanming was still in daze due to the fact that Qinxiang could evade even those tiny hidden needles. Song Nanming didn't even see it coming when those dragon aura fists rained down him. In just the blink of an eye, his whole body had been struck hundreds of times by those hard golden fists. The sound of impact on his flesh was like a thunderbolt capable of shaking the heavens, yet also resembled fierce firecrackers that were successively bursting one after another. Song Nanming's whole body was attacked so fiercely and madly that every piece of his flesh, bones, and even meridians had ruptured and broken. His entire body looked like it had been squeezed together into paste. He lay there on the ground, like a large piece of meat pie, somehow still alive. Technically, since he did not die, this brutal beating was not counted as a violation of the rules. However, Song Nanming could be considered to be among the living dead. From where does he resemble anything like human? There only remained a putty of rotten meat. Everyone in the field vomited. Some people were even more frightened and were also shrieking while they were vomiting. That thing did not resemble the previous arrogant, handsome, and terrifying crown prince, even the slightest bit. You asked for it. Qinxiang thought that he was in the right and simply taught a very simple lesson to the arrogant crown prince. Originally, he simply wanted to defeat Song Nanming, but when he had attacked with those vicious needles, Qinxiang erupted with fury and was unable to hold back his power as he exploded with 80% of his full strength. Nanming! A roar came from the far-off distance, yet it still shook the ears of the audience in the wide field. A very angry middle-aged man wearing long pow suddenly appeared at the side of Song Nanming, whose very condition of whether he was still alive or not was very hard to determine. This was the Southern Martial Empire's emperor, Song Wu. Everyone present on the wide field were still in a daze from the previous incident. Qinxiang had crippled the emperor's son. An emperor is in no way weak. Maybe a big battle would erupt soon. Take the crown prince back to the imperial palace. Song Wu shouted at the two people behind him. They were the imperial palace experts, who had arrived right after Song Wu. They had previously come along with him to watch the tournament. Moreover, they were also very strong. Qinxiang didn't violate any sort of rules, and as Song Nanming's father, he was also very well aware of the petty means Song Nanming used in the tournament. The emperor guessed that Qinxiang must have found out and was annoyed. In order to prevent everyone here from discovering the petty tricks of Crown Prince, the emperor made the others to take Song Nanming back to Imperial Palace, rather than sending him to the Yao family. The emperor's reputation was more important than anything else. If the general population came to learn about how the crown prince resorted to deceitful tricks, then the days of ruling over the southern martial empire would soon come to an end. Furthermore, if this sort of thing was found out by the Yao family, then they would use it as blackmail and threaten the emperor into doing things he did not want to do. Chen Xiang soon saw through the hidden reason in Song Wu's act. Chen Xiang simply smiled and said, "Indeed, you are the monarch of a country. That decision you just made, to not keep your son in the Yao family, was brilliant. Soon you will realize that the action you just took gave you a big benefit and also saved you from a larger predicament." Song Wu coldly snorted. It is normal to get injured while partic. 1. Aiding in the martial art tournament, but you were too heavy-handed. You better hope the crown prince is all right, otherwise, after saying his threat, Song Wu quickly sped away. The emperor had not taken into account that Chen Xiang was responsible for this incident. Everyone let out a deep breath. At the same time, they admired Song Wu's mind. Chapter 57. Skies Beyond Skies. Chapter 57. Skies Beyond Skies. Chen Xiang walked towards the old man who was presiding over the tournament and asked, "I am the winner of this tournament. Now may I receive the rewards?" There was a perfectly visible expression of helplessness on the old man's face. He said, "I'm just presiding over the tournament. The reward is not distributed by me. The true elemental Dan is given out by the sections. You will get it once you pass S through their A assessment." A sliver of a smile flashed on Chen Xiang's face. Although it seemed very charming, that old man felt unbased fear and could not help but shudder. It seemed that just a moment earlier, an overwhelming slaughter chi had secretly burrowed deep into his body and soul, making him feel like death was nigh. Actually, just a moment ago, Chen Xiang was extremely angry and had inadvertently released frightening amount of slaughter chi. From the very start of this tournament to its current end, he knew that it was manipulated by others. Even the final winner would find it very difficult to get that true elemental Dan. Chen Furong arrived, although he was one of the Chen family seniors. Due to wanting to curry favor with the Yao family members in the martial sect, he wanted to prevent the development of his own family, even resorted into attacking his own family patriarch. Previously, when Chen Furong wounded Chen Tianhu, the entire Qin family, whether their position was high or low, no longer accepted Chen Furong as one of their own. Chen Furong was followed by a beautiful, delicate, and fair-skinned man. He looked very elegant and bewitching, his whole body excluding a very pure true qi. From this alone, one could tell that this martial artist's true qi was a Stonies. H.I. plus Ingly vibrant and pure. Chen Xiang, I did not think you would successfully open the Dan King Hall. Moreover, you also harmed my new apprentice. Yao Chang's master was actually Qin Furong. Shut up, you traitor of the family. You are not part of our Qin family. What I want to do is my own business and none of yours. Why would my Dan shop have to get your an old dog's approval? Who do you think you are? You're just an old dog who has a speciality in licking other people's shoes. Chen Xiang loudly shouted, his voice vibrating throughout the whole field. Every single one of the hidden Chen family members heard it, and their hearts relaxed. You see King Brat. You seek death. Chen Furong had a very red face due to his anger, and wanted nothing more than to personally come out and fight Chen Xiang. But before he could do anything, he was stopped by the man behind him. Let me and this Southern Martial Empire's strongest teenager exchange blows. I would like to see with what ability he want to take away the true elemental Dan. That man coldly said. His complexion was filled with disdain, making one feel as if he thought he was the strongest in the entire world. Chen Xiang replied back with a curt and cold tone. You both are part of sects and belong to their world. You are to only partic. 1. Aid in those matters, yet you violate your sect rules and regulations, especially this old fart. If you win, this true elemental Dan is yours. If you lose, you have to die. The man coldly said, Why would I have to die if I lose? Chun Xiang sneered, Because no one has ever lived after a martial art contest against me, Zhang Long. Zhang Long said with a proud look. Chun Xiang burst into laughter, as if he had just heard the world's most funniest joke. Aren't you just at 8th level of mortal martial realm? In the eyes of those inner sect disciples, you're similar to dog feces. Do not think that after coming out of the sex world, you would be my king. Do not attempt to abuse your power here. After all, from the looks of it, you do not even have enough capability to do so. Zhang Long was furious as cold qi started to rise and emanate throughout his whole body. His eyes were filled to the brim with murderous intentions. You're definitely going to die today. Qin Xiang did not know how Qin Furong found such an opinionated guy. It seemed that, in his eyes, people who were not in a sect were just ants. At this time, the crowd had all retreated. A battle with an expert in the 8th level of the mortal martial realm would have a very large backlash, but at the same time they were also very excited about the upcoming match. This was because if what they heard is true, then to get the rewards, Chen Xiang had to defeat the martial art sect's disciple. Just viewing their battle could be considered very fortunate. After all, this was a martial art sect's disciple. No doubt, this match would give many benefits to the observing martial artists. The ground was covered with splinters of wood, which was all due to Qin Xiang's previous stomp that had destroyed the entire tournament stage. Chun Furong retreated back. He was very confident in Zhang Long. Qin Furong thought that Qin Xiang would definitely die this time, and then the Chun family would be completely annexed by the Yao family. This would lead to his relations with that Yao family member in the martial arts sect to become much better. It looks like you're older than me. Do you think winning against me right now could be considered glorious? I'm only 16 years old. Chun Xiang said with a smile. But this expression seemed like he was smiling yet not, creating a considerable paradox. If he hadn't spoke, everyone here really would have forgotten about his age. Thinking about this, everyone sighed in their hearts. Only at 16 years of age, he already had such accomplishments. This was definitely one very prestigious and powerful teenager. Fine, I'll allow you to have one move. I will stand here unmoving. But after that, I'll act with no mercy. Zhang Long had just arrived, and Chen Furong had told him that Qin Xiang was only in the 7th level of the mortal martial realm. Because Zhong Long was in the 8th level of the mortal martial realm, he was very disdainful of the fact that the other party was an alchemist and most certainly not focused on the martial path. So of course he is quite weak. In the regular world, anyone in the 8th level of the mortal martial realm was already considered to be one of the top martial artists. But the disciples from the martial arts sects could also absorb richer spirit qi, as well as eat spirit, grade food, and dan. Their true qi exercises were also very good. With all of these factors combined, the people in the regular world could not hope to match the sect's level of martial skill. You'll let me have a single move? Chun Xiang's voice was emotionless, but he was secretly delighted in his heart. An 8th level of the mortal martial realm expert was about to be struck by his fist with no retaliation, not to mention Zhong Long. Even if it was someone in 9th level of mortal martial realm would definitely not feel fine afterwards. Zhang Long sneered and said, You must have to squeeze out all your power in this one attack, because it'll be the last one of your life. Afterwards, you are dead. I'm going to attack. Chun Xiang retreated a few steps. Inside his heart, he was secretly very pleased. He did not think that there would be such an arrogant idiot in this world. Zhang Long smiled disdainfully. His whole body shook a bit as a pure white mist was emitted from his body, subsequently transforming into a strong qi aura. It formed a qi cover that enveloped his whole body. The whole crowd could feel the qi aura S, H-I plus ELD, and even see how S-to-U, R, D-Y it is. This was because when the qi S, H-I plus ELD was formed, the broken pieces of wood bordering it had instantaneously turned into powder. You sure enough have some means, but it's merely at this level. You have let me down. Chun Xiang thought in his heart, while operating the Tai Chi divine exercise and mobilizing the 5 elements of true Qi in his body. Last time, when he was in 5th level of mortal martial realm, he defeated Qin Yi Han using the very same 5 elements true Qi, fusing and transforming them into the universal force. This was a chaotic ancient force that has existed since the beginning of time. It was the power that formed heaven and earth. Its true might was unfathomable. However, Chun Xiang's universal force was only in embryonic stages, yet it was still extremely terrifying. The last time he casted it, his entire body went through unbearable pain, but now it was a completely different matter. He was now in the 8th level of mortal martial realm. Moreover, his body had gone through refinement in the immortal and devil pool, slowly transforming his body into an immortal and devil body. Now his body was entirely capable of withstanding this ancient universal force. This could be said to be his ace in the hole, his strongest card which he rarely used. When he saw that the opposing party in front of him was an idiot who wanted to die, he would certainly not refuse and definitely comply with the other party's wishes. When his opponent died, he would let them know and feel with their body what was called people beyond people, skies beyond skies. TLN basically means, no matter how good you think you are, there is always someone out there that is better. In the Ross, it was only half of the original idiom, skies beyond skies. But I added it all. The full idiom gives a better and more complete message. The 5 elements true Qis soon fused together within Chun Xiang, transforming itself into the universal force. It surged into his arms, yet did not reveal a trace of its existence. At this moment, Chun Xiang leapt and rushed toward Zhanglong. Chapter 58, Prelude of War. Chapter 58, Prelude of War, seeing Chun Xiang come towards him. Moreover, not even releasing any type of breath fluctuations, Zhanglong pursed his lips and showed a contemptuous sneer. Chun Xiang's speed was not fast. After all, he was going to attack a standing target. But upon his fist was the universal force from the fusion of 5 elements true Qis. Heavenly Tiger Storm Killing Fist. Chun Xiang arrived in front of Zhang. Long Chun Xiang's fists rumbled as they moved. Suddenly, above his 2 fists, a translucent tiger head appeared. The tiger head opened its big jaws and directly penetrated Zhanglong's proud Qi auras, H-I plus ELD, striking unhindered on his chest. The Qi S, H-I plus ELD was broken in an instant. Both Chun Farong and Zhanglong were fiercely startled in their hearts. But before either of them could react, the fist had already arrived in front of Zhanglong Chun Xiang's fist, which contained that mysterious power, struck flatly on Zhanglong's chest. As the fist landed on Zhanglong's chest, he felt an endless amount of power madly gush, H-I plussing into his body and decimating every inch of his body as quickly as possible. In that very moment, he felt various kinds of pain exploding throughout his body, and then lost his consciousness, lost forever from this world. The entire crowd was petrified like statues, but they also could not help but continuously replay the scene from just a moment ago in their minds. Chun Xiang blasted his fist, penetrating that formidable Qi S, H-I plus ELD, as it struck unhindered on Zhanglong's chest. Instantly, a blood mist burst out from where his body used to be, exploding from within. It was like his body was a tomato that had just been ruthlessly squashed on the ground, flattened into a red muse. H. Plus just 1 fist from Chun Xiang, and Zhanglong, who was in the 8th level of the mortal martial realm, became meat putty. That blood mist was still floating within the wide field, drifting with the wind, intermittently exuding a fishy smell. This caused a feeling of nausea to rise within everyone's throat. The crowd watching were shocked to their very core. This scene had forever etched itself into their minds. Chun Xiang looked indifferent. Humph, he snorted in low voice, waving his hand and releasing his true Qi fire, burning that meat putty on the ground. Afterwards, he picked up Zhanglong's storage pouch and threw it into his. I defeated the sect disciple. Now give me the true elemental Dan. Chun Xiang looked coldly at Qin Furong. Although he had killed Zhang Long, Qin Xiang knew in his heart that he would not be punished. In his opinion, such a proud, arrogant, and supercilious guy would never be acknowledged by any of the martial art sects, not to mention the fact that Zhang Long had violated their rules and abused his powers in the regular world. Qin Furong's white eyebrows were madly twitching, with bloodshot eyes. He looked grim and terrifying. He was furious. He had not expected Qin Xiang to be so strong. Only one punch, and Zhang Long had exploded from within. Even for Qin Furong, this feat would be very difficult to achieve. "I cannot give it to you," Qin Furong yelled. "Why?" Qin Xiang coldly and forcefully asked. "It is because you killed Yao Tianhua and also a Yao family elder. Due to killing members from the martial art tournament managing family, you cannot be rewarded." Qin Furong loudly shouted, sending the audience into an uproar. Previously, they had not thought Yao Tianhua was killed by Qin Xiang. Yet now, everyone did not doubt a single bit of it, because Qin Xiang's strength explained everything. "You have no evidence. Do not speak irresponsibly," Qin Xiang indifferently said, considering just the relations. I plus P between him and the Yao family. Even if nothing had been revealed, the Chen and Yao family would still go to war. It was just a matter of time. Qin Furong sneered. "By using an ancient secret method, we have collected Yao Tianhua's residual spirit. He told us himself. Do you want to hear?" After speaking, Qin Furong showed a palm-sized yellow paper with various patterns on it. Upon seeing it, Qin Xiang was very surprised because he knew this was a talisman. It was a very rare, mystical, and frightening thing. Only a few people knew how to make such a thing. Talisman experts, he had often heard Su Meiyao and Bai Yu mentioning them. Even those two mysterious beauties constantly longed for this vocation. Qin Furong read a spell and poured his true qi into the talisman. Immediately after, the pattern above the talisman suddenly lit up, and everyone heard a very terrifying voice. "Qin Xiang killed us! Qin Xiang killed us!" The voice sounded like it originated from Hel, extremely terrifying and full of resentment. Hearing it, everyone felt a cold Hi plus for running down their spines. "What do you have to say now?" Qin Furong coldly said. He finally revealed his trump card, which can intensify the conflict between the Chen and Yao family, urging the two families into a full-scale war. As long as he helped the Yao family eliminate the Qin family, then the Yao family would no doubt be very grateful to him. With such irrefutable evidence confirming Qin Xiang killed Yao Tianhua, everyone was very shocked. Originally, a few people were still uncertain, but now that uncertainty had vanished in puff of smoke. "Correct! I killed Yao Tianhua and that Yao family elder," Qin Xiang calmly said. Everyone admired the fact that he can be so calm even at this moment. We, the Yao family, will fight with the Qin family until one of us has been exterminated." A middle-aged man with a striking resemblance to Yao Tianhua jumped out and yelled. This was the Yao family patriarch Yao Hong. "They were the ones who first tried to kill me. They even sent sins. On that day, we of the Chun family hosted a banquet and invited many major families. You, Yao family, wanted to create trouble and sent various sins to kill the other family's children. Through this method, you wanted the other families to become hostile to our Qin family," Qin Xiang gloomily said. Although he had no conclusive evidence, every single word he said was the truth. Slanderous accusations. "We, the Yao family, would never do such a thing," Yao Hong shouted. He knew that Qin Xiang didn't have any evidence. The Yao family's sins worked very discreetly and made sure to cover up their tracks. Qin Xiang smiled coldly before his body suddenly disappeared and reappeared in front of an old man. This old man was one of the Yao family elders. Although this elder could feel somebody coming near him, he failed to act in time. Chen Xiang's actions were far faster. With a single move, he scattered his opponent's true qi. "Do not come near me, or I'll kill him," Chen Xiang said. His palm struck the head of that Yao family elder and stunned him. The Yao family elders were the source of the Yao family strength, so the Yao family members did not dare act rashly. "Chen Xiang, you are definitely dead today. If you surrender yourself, I'll make sure to leave your corpse intact," Chen Furong threatened. However, he could not act. Otherwise, Chen Xiang may very well kill the Yao family elder, and then Chen Furong would be held responsible for it. Everyone thought that Chen Xiang grabbed the Yao family elder as a hostage, but it was far from the truth. He just wanted to use Bai Yu's strange martial skill on the Yao family elder, which could control the consciousness of the other party and make them speak the truth. Chen Xiang poured his divine sense into the Yao family elder's head and operated the qi according to that peculiar exercise. The Yao family elder then fell into a sluggish state. "I ask you, was it your Yao family who had sent sins to kill the major family's children?" Chen Xiang asked. "Yes," that Yao family elder replied. Hearing the answer, Yao Hong's complexion suddenly became very ugly as the entire field burst into clamor. Before, when they heard Chen Xiang, they didn't believe a single bit of it. But now, when a Yao family elder admitted to the fact, it was very hard not to believe. Why? Chen Xiang continued with his interrogation. Because the Chen family forces were slowly but steadily growing. Once the Chen family stepped into the Dan business, it would threaten our Yao family. So we took the advantage of major families' partic. 1. Aiding in the Chen family banquet and tried to kill those families' children, making them hostile towards the Chen family. By doing this, it will be beneficial to our Yao family. That Yao family elder replied. Chen Xiang sneered and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, the Yao family has done many despicable things. Our Chen family, in order for the general population to get low-costing dawn, founded the Dan King Hall. Yet the Yao family vigorously tried to stop us from opening Dan King Hall. Their purpose is evidently clear and very simple. They want to continue gaining everybody's hard-earned spirit coins, making sure you select their Yao family's high-priced Dan shop." Chapter 59, The Battle Starts. Chapter 59, The Battle Starts. Yao Hong was furious. He shouted, "Chen Xiang, in the end, what strange demonic technique did you use to control our Yao family elder? Chen Xiang, you killed our Yao family's peerless genius, and now you even want to slander our Yao family. We, the Yao family, must eradicate your Chen family." Chen Xiang coldly laughed and replied, "Yao Tianhua, a peerless genius? Is that why he lost to me? Also, I acted all alone. Why must you pull in my Chen family? It seems that your Yao family is really worried about our Chen family affecting your Dan business." At this time, every single person in the crowd had already cursed the Yao family multiple times. When the Dan King Hall had just been opened, it was immediately trashed before it could even do business. A lot of people knew about this, and now, listening to Chen Xiang say it, they felt what the Yao family did was truly very insidious. "Chen Xiang, release him. You're a martial artist, so let us fight it out fair and square." Chen Furong had a new outlook on Chen Xiang's strength. Even one of the Yao family elders was unable to resist one of Chen Xiang's moves and was instantly held hostage. Chen Xiang coldly said, "Chen Furong, you're no longer a Chen family member. You are already expelled from our Chen family. You're just a traitor to the Chen family, and according to our rules, any traitor must die." After he finished speaking, Chen Xiang's palm struck the Yao family elder's head, which was like chipping a watermelon. It instantly got torn apart, and the gray matter of his brain splashed in all directions. Watching this scene, everyone was stunned. Committing such an action was nothing short of a declaration of war from Chen Xiang to the Yao family. Humph! Anyway, I've already killed 2 of the Yao family members. Ping 1 more is nothing, Chen Xiang calmly stated. The Yao family was very strong, yet Qin Xiang was now standing alone in front of the Yao family. With how Qin Xiang was acting, he was simply seeking death. As expected, Yao Hong roared, "Surround him! I want him hacked into pieces!" "Qin Xiang, this is what you asked for." Chun Farong knew that he had committed a grave crime and was D.M. Ned as a traitor, but he was not afraid of it. He believed in the regular world. Only a few people in the Qin family could overpower him. Qin Xiang was suddenly surrounded by several old men. These old men were the Yao family elders, 2 of which were in the 8th level of mortal martial realm. Yao Hong was also at the 8th level of mortal martial realm. However, Qin Xiang was still just calmly standing there. A lot of people on the field quickly retreated, but around 300 or so did not move. Yao Hong calmly gazed over these 300 or so people. The true qi emanating from some of those people were not weak at all. These people were not pushovers. Qin Tianhu. Chun Farong recognized one of them and immediately shouted. When he saw several other experts from the 8th level of the mortal martial realm, his heart could not help but beat like crazy. Before, when he went back to the Qin family, he did not find such experts present. "Traitor, today is the day you die." Chun Tianhu took out a broadsword with a tiger head-shaped hilt while walking towards Qin Xiang's location. The Chun family had actually arrived at the Yao family entrance. No one expected this, and even more so that they would bring along with 300 people. Nonetheless, the Yao family experts were now feeling a lot of pressure because the other side had 6 experts in 8th level of the mortal martial realm, while they only had 4. "Mr. Chun, this!" Yao Hong glanced at Qin Farong. Chun Farong was in the 9th level of the mortal martial realm, and he was backing up the Yao family. This was why they dared to go to war with the Chun family. "Leave it to me." Chun Farong sneered and immediately floated, flying towards Qin Tianhu. At this time, Qin Xiang suddenly disappeared from his location as he leapt fiercely up into the air, arriving in front of Qin Farong. Qin Xiang proceeded to roar. As a large amount of lightning and wind aura azure, true qi, surged out from his mouth, accompanied by a terrifying roar of an angry dragon. This aura drowned Qin Farong. "Kill all the Qin family members. Leave no one alive," Yao Hong shouted. At this time, Chun Tianhu, along with his tiger head broadsword and 50 other strong Qin family members, rushed towards Yao Hong. Everyone slaughtered qi soared as true qi exploded from within their bodies. Watching their patriarch personally take action, every other Qin family member was reluctant to fall behind. Everyone madly roared, facing the sky, and took out their broadswords. In front of thousands of Yao family members, all the Qin family members marched forward with a steady pace. The roar of 300 Chun family members resounded throughout King City. With each step, the entire field also shook. They were the elites of Qin family and were completely unafraid of death. They were selected to protect the Qin family, and they would never hesitate to defend their own family. 300 people against thousands. The Yao family had far more people. The distant crowd could not help but get roused and cheer for the Qin family from the side. Qin Xiang and Qin Farong fought, as the 300 Qin family members and thousands of Yao family members also start fighting. Both battles broke out at the same time, and various roars were mixed together. The entire battlefield was confusing and chaotic. Only an instant had Pa-S said after the battle started. Yet more than half of the bricks in an entire field had already been destroyed. As long as Qin Farong was occupied with him, Qin Xiang was not worried about Qin Tianhu and others because they were in the 8th level of the mortal martial realm. Qin Farong, after suffering the azure dragon roar in the sky, had a dignified complexion. This was because he was absolutely sure that Qin Xiang's strength was at the 8th level of the mortal martial realm. Qin Xiang was only 16 years old, having lived in the regular world with very scarce resources, yet has still managed to reach such a level. Not to mention that he was also an alchemist. "Qin Xiang, I have to admit you are very talented, but this is your matter, the Qin family's matter, and no longer has anything to do with me. I am only doing this to gain benefits in the sect. If I help the Yao family here, I'll obtain various advantages in the true martial sect. Therefore, I must kill you. I already do not have any sense of belonging, and I hate the Chen family." Chun Furong sternly shouted with a smile. Chun Xiang maintained total silence as he fused his internal 5 elements of true qi. Facing a 9th level of the mortal martial realm expert, who came from a martial arts sect, he could only rely on the universal true qi to defeat this opponent. Everyone knew that people from the martial art sets came to watch the King City martial art tournament to select a disciple. Those people were all at least in the 9th level of the mortal martial realm. This kind of strength in the Southern Martial Empire was extremely rare, and their level of strength was also very terrifying. At such a young age, Chen Xiang was going to face one of these experts. A lot of people were also looking forward to this, as Chen Xiang's strength was also unfathomable. Just a moment ago, he had killed a martial arts sect's disciple who was in the 8th level of the mortal martial realm with a single punch. Humph! I did not expect the Chen family members to be such idiots. You are sending a mere brat to contain me. If it were those 6 experts in the 8th level of the mortal martial realm, then perhaps you would have had an opportunity to escape. But now you can only die along with them. The Chen family is finished. From Chun Furong's body, a red true qi emerged, covering his hands and feet as his eyes gradually reddened up. Seeing this, Qin Xiang retreated a few steps. For the first time, he was going to fight with a 9th level of the mortal martial realm expert. This was one of the strongest enemies he had ever faced. Sensing the level of true qi, Qin Xiang gradually became more and more dignified. Chapter 60. The White Tiger Divine Fist. Chapter 60. The White Tiger Divine Fist. The Yao family had a lot of people, but when compared to the Chen family's 6 8th level mortal martial realm experts and their 300 or so elites, their overall strength was weaker. The Yao family members were slowly losing their ground as they were forced inside the Yao family estate. But that strong giant door of the Yao family was blasted to smithereens by Chen Tianhu as the Qin family forced their way through. Meanwhile, that giant field outside had been turned into Qin Xiang and Qin Furong's personal battlefield. Qin Furong's hands and feet were wrapped in that red true qi. Moreover, a wild and savage breath could be sensed emanating from them. The red true qi covering both his hands slowly started to take shape, resembling a beast's. With 2 strong and thick arms with sharp claws, it looked very frightening. His legs were also the same. All his limbs were also wrapped in the red true qi, and surprisingly, all of them had been transformed into that of a beast's, which looked extremely tough. Waves of strong and fierce true qi flew towards Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang retreated a few steps while frowning. He looked at Qin Furong and noticed that both of his eyes had completely turned red, resembling that of a fierce wolf. Is this the true form of the 9th level of mortal martial realm? Qin Xiang said in his heart. The 9th level of mortal martial realm was the true form realm. Depending on the individual's cultivating exercise, a form was congealed from true qi in their dantian. Ordinarily, these can be divided into 2 common types. One is the bird or beast form, while the other was a weapon form. Of course, there are other types of forms, such as lotus, star, or lightning form. Every single one of these are determined according to their cultivation exercise. If the true qi congealed out a bird or beast form, then you could use the special power of that anima. If one congealed out a weapon, then they could form a very powerful weapon apparition. If at that time they were also using a weapon, then the weapon apparition and the one they were holding would fuse together, becoming even more powerful. Right in front of Qin Xiang, Chen Furong had actually congealed a wolf type from his true qi, Angry Wolf Fist. Qin Furong blasted a fist in air. Immediately after, the place where he stood was unable to withstand the sudden release of powerful and violent true qi. His feet formed 2 craters as he punched out. A red light also broke out. This red light burst open in blink of an eye into countless wolf heads with their jaws wide open, forming a make's HI plus FT wall as they closed in on Qinxiang. These wolf heads, created from true qi, contained tyrannical force. Qinxiang was sure if he was HIT directly, he would still suffer heavily despite his powerful body. Qinxiang sent out a shove of his hand and gathered the universal true qi from his dantian and released outwards. That qi aura cemented a wall which stood firmly in front of him. The universal true qi was created by fusing the 5 elements of true qi, yet it was colorless and invisible. It could be considered to be transparent, but people could still sense its peculiar vibe. The numerous wolf heads created from true qi came flying towards Qinxiang, releasing waves after waves of qi. After the ground came in contact with the qi waves, it was blasted into many pieces. Those numerous true qi filled violent wolf heads struck the qi aura wall that was protecting Qinxiang's body. The strength of both true qis were quite similar as their clash resulted in a thunderous roar. Due to the collision, a qi shockwave was created. It was similar to an undulated wave that spread all 4 directions. The bricks within the wide field shook along with the qi wave, which in turn were smashed into powder one after another. The original field, which was entirely covered with bricks, had now become an uneven ground of mud. In front of Qinxiang, an even deeper crater had been formed. When Chen Furong saw that his initial attack failed to do anything, he immediately flew over. Those giant wolf-like legs of his treaded on the ground. Along his path, many small craters appeared. With each step he took, it shook the ground along with thunderous sounds. It was as if a giant, angry elephant was madly plussing through the field. Chen Furong was shocked by the fact that Qinxiang was capable of even releasing a bizarre and powerful true qi that could even withstand such an attack. But Chen Furong still believed that no matter what happened, Qinxiang was still just an 8th level of mortal martial realm teenager. Whether it was Qinxiang's combat experience or how vibrant his true qi was, neither of those could even be compared with Chen Furong's. He was completely confident in his victory. Arrogant little brat. Today I'll send you off to heaven. Chen Furong grinned ferociously as he fiercely jumped out. Both of his legs stuck close together as they emitted a red light. Quick as lightning, he diagonally slammed down from high above. You're just a wolf, nothing more than a mangy mutt. What's so impressive about that? Qinxiang sneered, watching Chen Furong falling down from the sky. The universal true qi gathered around Qinxiang's fists as he simultaneously released slaughter qi. He punched out his fists, lighting fast. As his attack cut through the air, a thunderous tiger roar resounded. White Tiger Divine Fist. Qinxiang welcomed Chen Furong's slam attack, which was similar to an immense mountain falling down. As the attack ended, Qinxiang fist struck on the dead center of Chen Furong's soles. Suddenly, a tiger's roar soared into the sky. As the qi waves swept forth in all directions, the sand was blown away from the blast, and a few cracks could also be seen on the ground. Chen Furong thought that his attack would simply destroy all of Qinxiang's defense and plunge him into a dead end. Who could have thought that in a blink of an eye, Chen Furong's foot would suddenly be struck by an immense and unfathomable amount of force that smashed into his whole thigh. His leg had already been utterly decimated under Qinxiang's White Tiger Divine Fist. The entire crowd was horrified, and to their shock, Chen Furong's leg appeared withered as if all its vital essence had been extracted. This was White Tiger Divine Fist as formidability. This was also the first time Qinxiang had used this skill. After using it, not only did a frightening power burst out, but it released a seemingly endless amount of slaughter qi, engulfing all of the vitality from the opposite party. Old mutt, this is the consequence of underestimating an enemy. Qinxiang coldly said before he suddenly appeared right in front of Chen Furong. Chun Furong felt a mix of surprise, anger, and hate, all at the same time. He still did not know what type of true qi Qin Xiang had used just a moment ago. Chun Furong had never seen or even heard of such a thing. This true qi appeared to be without any attribute similar to a physical force, yet at the same time it wasn't. Do not be complacent, now you're also burned out. Chun Furong blasted his fist, countering Qin Xiang's blow. He believed that Qin Xiang had completely exhausted his true qi for that attack from just a moment ago. After all, Qin Xiang was only at 8th level of mortal martial realm, and his true qi was bound to not be as vigorous as Qin Furong's. But Qin Furong was completely, horribly wrong. His fist rumbled as he punched out, but Qin Xiang just counterattacked Qin Furong with yet another White Tiger Divine Fist, and just like before, a tiger roar could be heard again as an immense power burst out and surged into Qin Furong's arm, completely destroying it. Due to the impact force, Qin Furong flew back and spat out a mouthful of blood. He had not only lost a leg and an arm, but also, just a moment ago, Qin Xiang had violently shook Qin Furong's 5 zhang and 6 fu with the help of White Tiger Divine Fist. TLN 5 zhang and 6 fu in nothing more than the internal organs. In Chinese medicine, 5 zhang are heart, liver, spleen, lung, and kidney, while 6 fu are small intestine, large intestine, gallbladder, urinary bladder, stomach, and sanjiao. Sanjiao is the meridians connecting the major organs. In future, I will continue to use 5 zhang and 6 fu. It just basically means internal organs. The crowd watching was shocked that White Tiger Divine Fist from Qin Xiang was not only completely overbearing, but the slaughter qi gave off an oppressive pressure. Everyone AS. Some that this level of attack should consume a large amount of true qi and could be cast out once was already formidable enough. However, no one thought that Qin Xiang could still cast it again with such ease. Once again, a sandstorm was created in the field as Qin Xiang slowly walked towards Qin Furong. In an unemotional yet angry tone, he said, "You wounded my father, sent people to trash Dan King Hall, and also collaborated with the Yao family to destroy our Qin family. I will not let such a traitor die so easily." Chapter 61, Foregone Conclusion. Chapter 61, Foregone Conclusion. Qin Xiang was in the beginner stage of the immortal and devil body. He also had the heaven-defying yin and yang divine vein, and an immensely powerful divine exercise. Due to all these factors, at the 8th level of the mortal martial realm, he had the strength to defeat a 9th level of the mortal martial realm expert. Even Qin Xiang didn't expect that the universal true qi, created from fusing the 5 elements of true qi, would be so frightening. He was also shocked speechless by the power released when using the divine exercise of the 4 symbols. What are you going to do? I'm a true martial sect's disciple. If you... When Qin Furong saw the slaughter qi soaring from Qin Xiang, Qin Furong finally realized that death was in front of him. Despite Qin Xiang destroying both an arm and a leg, Qin Furong could still not accept the fact that Qin Xiang was stronger than him. Impossible. Impossible. I am in the 9th level of the mortal martial realm. Only a 10th level of mortal martial realm expert can beat me. You're only 16 years old. You can't possibly be in the 10th level of mortal martial realm. Qin Furong panicked while speaking, at the same time struggling to crawl away on the ground. Qin Xiang coldly said, "If I was in 10th level of mortal martial realm, you would have just become meat putty on the sidewalk. Go to hell." After he finished speaking, Qin Xiang roared as true qi burst out of his mouth, accompanied by azure lightning. It was madly flash, pulsing within the storm and accompanied by a strong wind aura. It was as if the powerful true qi was a waterfall falling from the 9th heaven as it struck Qin Furong's body. Thunderclap sounds rang throughout the whole field, but not alone, as it was also accompanied by Qin Furong's equally loud and blood-curdling screams. Qin Xiang's complexion was extremely cold and hard. Ever since he saw his father wounded, He swore that he would kill Qin Furong. You are a 9th level of mortal martial realm martial artist, but in my eyes, you are nothing but an ant. Enjoy a few things before dying. Chun Xiang ruthlessly roared. Again he casted the Azure Dragon Roar, followed by the Azure Dragon Claw, Storm Killing Fist, Heavenly Tiger Storm Killing Fist, and the Fire King Fist. He casted these several martial techniques he had grasped and was proficient in, one after the other, striking Qin Furong ruthlessly. Watching the scene that was occurring in front of them, ASHI plus ran down everybody's spine outside the field. They all had a frightened face. They had an extremely hard time believing that a not yet 17-year-old teenager had such a vibrant true chi, and also defeated a 9th level of the mortal martial realm expert. No, not defeated, madly battered and completely dominated. Qin Furong was now resembling a mud ball. His whole body, from head to toe, was struck and broken by Chun Xiang's top-grade martial techniques. Qin Furong soon died in agony, as Chun Xiang removed the storage pouch from Qin Furong's waist and then incinerated the corpse into ashes. Afterwards, Qin Xiang stepped past the Yao family's broken main door. Dead. He just died like this. This child is simply a monster. An old martial artist said. If he had not seen Qin Xiang's strength a moment ago with his very own eyes, he would simply be unable to believe that Qin Furong, a 9th level of the mortal martial realm expert, had been brutally bashed into the ground and killed by a teenaged martial artist. Of course, just a moment ago, the strength shown by Qin Xiang was almost unbelievable. Everyone looking at the now tranquil but messy field could hear the sound of fighting that was occurring past the Yao family gate. It was similar to a daydream for them. This was the might of a powerful martial artist. With just a single battle, an entire field which could accommodate tens of thousands of people had become completely messed up. Extremely strong martial artists could definitely possess such an overwhelming force. This was definitely no legend. Chun Xiang arrived inside the Yao family estate. He saw many scattered body parts on the ground. He yelled out, "Dad, I've come to lend you a hand." Chun Xiang had actually arrived. Even those on his side, like Chen Tianhu and Chen Haohai, could not help but shudder. The fact that Chun Xiang arrived here meant that Qin Furong was no longer a threat. This was only possible if Qin Furong had been defeated by Qin Xiang. All of the Yao family members knew that Qin Xiang and Qin Furong were fighting, but now Qin Xiang had won. In other words, Qin Xiang's strength was comparable, no, even above a 9th level of mortal martial realm expert. Now the Yao family's doom was foregone conclusion and simply inevitable. This is not possible. You cannot defeat someone from 9th level of mortal martial realm. Only someone who is in the 10th level of mortal martial realm could do it so fast. Yao Hong shouted. He was the Yao family patriarch. The current predicament of the Yao family was all because of him. It was his decision to eradicate the Qin family. Chun Xiang jumped several dozen zhang high into the air. An azure light emitted from his palm as he slammed it downwards. Endless true qi surged out from his palm along with the azure light. A huge azure palm that was immense as a mountain appeared in the sky. Moreover, it was pressing down below onto the Yao family. That palm was made purely from the qi aura. It was dozens of zhang wide and covered the entire garden. Yet still with such a strong true qi gus. Plussing out from it. With just a glance, everyone there could tell how vigorous Chun Xiang's true qi was. That giant azure palm in the sky fell, as a large number of houses and hundreds of Yao family also fell under its immense pressure. Not only did all the houses under the palm get smashed into pieces, it also resulted in the bones of everyone under it to be cracked. Blood gus. Plussing out from their mouths. The strength was so horrifying that everyone's flesh and blood simply flew off, pressed on the ground, turning it into human meat paste. A huge palm imprint was left in the ground. Everyone watching was deeply shocked by this, and many could not help but retch. Some even threw their weapons onto the ground. Others emitted terrified shrieks, while many even fled the Yao family courtyard. All of the people running were Yao family members. Chen Tianhu's mouth twitched. He had not expected that in just a few months his son would have such frightening power. With just a move, Qin Xiang could kill hundreds of people. Just a moment ago, Chen Xiang had released all of his azure, dragon true qi, releasing such a soul-shaking strike. Everyone watched as his complexion turned pale and he started falling from the sky. They all guessed that he must have overconsumed his true qi. Kill all of them. The Chen family members have consumed too much of their true qi. We cannot miss this opportunity. Yao Hong roared, wielding a long sword as he flew up. Just a moment ago, around 300 Chen family members were fighting against thousands of Yao family members. It really was very consuming. Chen Tianhu and the others in the 8th level mortal martial realm were up against many 6th or 7th level of mortal martial realm experts. Moreover, in order to prevent the casualties of their Chen family members, they had to help the injured retreat, increasing their burdens. The fact that they were all alive and standing was nothing short of a miracle. Chen family members, all of you get behind me. Qin Xiang loudly shouted. All the Chen family elites in the courtyard soon flew behind him. Just from the spectacle before, they were all filled with admiration for Qin Xiang. Dad, just leave these old men to me. You deal with those other minions, said Qin Xiang as he rushed towards Yao Hong and the other high-level Yao family members. Qin Xiang and the others were originally worried, but when they saw the vigorous and vibrant true qi suddenly surge out from Qin Xiang's body, they all felt relieved. Yet in their hearts, they were still shocked. It wasn't clear to them how much true qi Qin Xiang's body actually possessed. White Tiger Divine Fist. Qin Xiang flew above the opposing party and suddenly punched out a thunderous fist. A large amount of golden true qi surged out from his fist, in blink of an eye, cementing into a giant golden fist, tens of zhang wide, which was exuding an extremely large amount of slaughter qi. Just a moment ago, a huge azure palm appeared, and now a huge golden fist. It was also transformed from a frightening qi aura, but was of a more destructive metal attribute true qi. This white tiger true qi also contained an engulfing slaughter qi. The huge golden fist flew, as the qi waves bursting out like a typhoon sweeping away the clouds. A large and thick slice of the earth had been lifted up and was currently flying towards that crowd of Yao family experts. As the golden fist Pa-S set over the ground, it started shaking from the violent true qi undulations, as the earth eventually cracked into numerous deep fissures. This power was absolutely comparable to a falling mountain. Yao Hong, who was watching this thunderous and powerful fist advancing towards them, could not help but be utterly shocked. At this time, every member of the opposing party facing this terrifying blow wanted to run away. But as they moved to do so, they found that the qi waves had intertwined with their bodies and they were unable to escape. Chapter 62, True Elemental Dan. Chapter 62, True Elemental Dan. The white tiger divine fist shoveled out a deep canyon in the ground, therein covering all of the Yao family's experts. Tyrannical qi aura ravaged their body, and the instant the divine fist struck them, they could clearly feel the muscle and bones in their body exploding. Furthermore, this blow completely dispersed the true qi in their body. All of you, stop! Your Yao family patriarch and elders have been defeated. Qin Xiang's thunderous voice resounded through the entire Yao family courtyard. Every Yao family member, whether they were high or low, clearly heard his declaration. The people outside the courtyard in the field were also surprised. Qin Xiang had only entered a moment ago, but had already defeated the Yao family. Rumor had it that a single powerful martial artist could easily destroy an entire city. Now, Qin Xiang had easily defeated all of the family's elite martial artists, including 3 8th level of the mortal martial realm experts. Moreover, they were all defeated by a single blow from Qin Xiang. This proves that the rumors were definitely not false. Yao Hong's and all the Yao family elders' bones were completely crushed. Despite this, they were still not dead, merely in excruciating and gruesome pain. They were all glaring at Qin Xiang with eyes full of hatred. The Yao family patriarch and elders had all been defeated. Other Yao family members did not dare to resist. Their elites had long been defeated. If they tried to resume the battle, it would completely futile and meaningless. Qin Xiang, you, just wait for our Yao family seniors to seek revenge. Yao Hong knew he was definitely going to die today, but also knew that the Yao family seniors would not sit idly by. Qin Xiang laughed. That's good. It would better if they come. I'll send them off so you can have a good long talk with them. While speaking, Qin Xiang created a short knife purely from Qi aura. Soon, the small dagger was sent flying straight into Yao Gong's head. That Qi aura dagger pierced Yao Hong's head, which immediately exploded right after. Yao Hong's head was completely blasted into smithereens. Watching this gruesome spectacle, everyone felt nauseous as fear seeped into their hearts. They worried what they could possibly do to resist if Qin Xiang were to act the same way against them. Once the other members of the Yao family saw such gruesome methods of execution, they all became obedient and surrendered themselves while begging for mercy. At this moment, the Dan aristocratic family, which had stood proudly for eons, had, in such a short period of time, been completely decimated. Moreover, this disaster was something they brought upon themselves. Yet, the part which is the most unbelievable and overshadowed all of this was not the fact they lost, but the fact that the one responsible for such heavy destruction and damage to the Yao family was from a single person who was not yet even 17 years old. Chen Tianhu and the rest never expected such a final outcome. Xiang Er, you lead the injured to leave first. You are also no doubt tired. Leave the aftermath to us. Chen Tianhu shouted loudly. His eyes were majestic as he glanced at the Yao family members. All of them could not help but tremble in response. Qin Xiang nodded his head and left with hundreds of injured Chen family members, returning to Danking Hall. He received the dawn he needed to heal himself. He had completely consumed all his Azure Dragon and White Tiger True Qi today. It could be said he had consumed a little less than half of his True Qi, and the other 3 True Qis he had were also nearly empty due to his usage of the Universal Force. It is the first time he has expended his True Qi to such a degree. Inside Danking Hall, Chen Luzhong and Dan Qingming Bo had just learned the outcome of the battle. The result had stunned the 2 old men as they repeatedly shook their heads again and again. Even they could not believe that Qin Xiang had such a terrifying strength, not to mention his strong talent in alchemy. This guy, it would be good if he entered a martial arts sect as soon as possible. This place would definitely be unable to withstand his meteoric rise. Chun Luzhong sighed. It was very difficult to find any suitable rivals for Chen Xiang here, but if he were to enter one of those martial arts sects, he would be near the bottom of the pack. This was also why, once a martial artist reached a certain level of strength, they were unwilling to stay in the regular world. Even if they were very powerful there, if they did not move on, their strength would come to a standstill. As long as a martial artist arrived at that step, all of them would want to go further. The Yao family was fully annexed by the Qin family. Every property across the entire southern martial empire that formerly belonged to the Yao family was now owned by the Qin family. Without a doubt, this made them one of the most formidable forces. Also, the Chen family was now the undisputed number 1 Dan family in the southern martial empire. Several days passed as this event spread over the entire southern martial empire. Other families knew that war between the Chen and Yao families was inevitable, but had never expected it to end so soon. Moreover, Qin Xiang's name also became widespread as it was heard again and again due his Estonies. H.I. Plussing performance in this major conflict. Inside the imperial palace, a handsome man with an extremely pale complexion said to a middle-aged man with a majestic air, "Father Emperor, Are we really going to forget that Qin Xiang stole our dragon martial technique? And the fact that he seriously injured me? Song Wu loudly scolded. What should we do then? Lead troops to try and destroy the Qin family? They have 6 8th level mortal martial realm experts, as well as Chen Xiang, whose strength is comparable to that of the 10th level of the mortal martial realm. Chen Xiang did not actually kill you. That's already quite benevolent. You think you are clever, but those things are only petty tricks. Song Wu was the emperor, but facing the Qin family, even he must concede his prestige. Furthermore, he and the Qin family held no grudges between them. That day at the tournament, when he decided to not stay there with the seriously injured Song Nanming, was truly a wise decision. Had he stayed with the Yao family that day, perhaps both he and Song Nanming would have been Ma's sacred along with the Yao family. I cannot reconcile with him. Song Nanming grinded his teeth and spat out. During this period of time, he had been beaten until his body was decimated. If not for the aid of the good healing dawn, he simply would not have the slightest chance of recovering. Humph. So what if you cannot reconcile? The Yao family is now history, while the Chen family will not do anything to threaten us. They do not care about being the emperor. After all, they want to manage the aftermath of their war. You are going to be obedient for this period of time. Song Wu coldly said as he left. The Yao family courtyard had become the new Qin family residence. The destroyed entrance and front area from the battle would soon be repaired as all of the Chen family members migrated from Wohu City to reside in King City. The forces who previously had very good relations, HI+PS with the Yao family, had quickly abandoned them and showed goodwill towards the Qin family. These days, many people brought gifts to Dan King Hall, all of them being very high in quality. From these gifts, Chen Xiang only picked a few herbs and left the rest for the Qin family. After killing Qin Furong, Qin Xiang found the true elemental Dan in his victim's storage pouch. This was a high-grade spirit level Dan, extremely rare. Even for Meng Bo, the Dan King of the Southern Martial Empire, it would be extremely difficult to refine this Dan successfully. It has a vast amount of pure true qi. After eating it, the true qi within it can instantly be refined. Indeed, a great Dan. I wonder when I will be able to personally refine it? Qin Xiang looked at the Dan, which had an appearance similar to a transparent SHELL. At the center, a ball of pure white qi was present. Su Meiyao was appreciatively holding Chen Xiang's flame dragon's brilliant furnace. Bai Yuyu was also looking on from the side. After the flame dragon's brilliant furnace recognized Chen Xiang as its master, Bai Yuyu was no longer afraid of its scorching qi. Su Meiyao said those martial arts sects alchemists can be considered to quite good if they can refine a high-grade spirit level Dan. That's quite hard, although it did not mean much. After all, only those alchemists who can refine profound grade dawn are considered to be of great importance. Currently, Chen Xiang was only able to refine middle grade mortal level dawn and intended to learn how to refine high grade mortal level dawn, or possibly even low grade spirit level dawn. Only after achieving this objective would he head towards those big martial sections. Two sisters, is it possible for the Yao family seniors who are in those martial arts sects to come back and retaliate against the Qin family? Qin Xiang asked. He was worried that after he left, the Yao family seniors would come for revenge. You do not need to worry about the martial arts sects learning about what happened here. This time, Chen Furong and Zhang Long broke the rules first and acted against the regular world's people. Even if they were killed, no investigation will be launched. Not to mention, the fact is, they were simply nothing in the eyes of the true martial sect. There is no way they would break the rules simply for their deaths. If they did, the true martial sect would be targeted by all the other sects, explained Su Meiyao. Chapter 63. Alchemy Sufferings. Chapter 63. Alchemy Sufferings. There were many martial art sects, and they diametrically oppose each other. All of them could not wait for someone to be a little bit in the wrong and grab their weakness. Qin Xiang was somewhat surprised. Like Zhang Long, this young 8th level of the mortal martial realm pract. 1. Tionier was still not of any importance. It was highly likely that there were many powerful martial artists inside those sections. Only martial artists with extraordinary potential and a very promising future could be considered to be of great importance. After things calmed down, Qin Xiang started learning alchemy and growing spirit herbs. He didn't use the true elemental Dan because Su Meiyao and Bai Yu advised him that it would be most effective to consume it when he encountered a bottleneck. After the Chun family took over the Yao family's Dan businesses, their overall price dropped down. This made many martial pract. 1. Tioniers extremely excited as they eagerly supported the Qin family. Due to this, the Chun family was very popular among the Ma. SES and their action would be a great aid in their future development as a powerhouse. In this world, the law of the jungle is rampant. In just one day, all of the wealth ACCU, mulat over eons by the Yao family, now belonged to the Chun family. They had brought this upon themselves. If they had not opposed the Qin family, they would still be prospering. After the annexation of the Yao family, Qin Xiang simply did not have a shortage of spirit herbs he could use for alchemy. He was currently picking some spirit herbs from the former Yao family herbal garden, preparing to refine a high-grade mortal-level Dan. Not only did the difficulty in refining a high-grade mortal-level Dan increase several times over, it also required much more precious spirit herbs. There were not many types of high-grade mortal-level Dan, and even fewer types were widespread and frequently used. These were the most useful for martial pract. 1. Tioniers, but also seldomly refined. These were also the types of Dan alchemists need to master, so obviously when Qin Xiang chose to learn how to refine high-grade mortal-level Dan, he chose one of these to refine. High-grade mortal-level Dans ranking on the tier list of Dan is somewhat awkward. How should I put this? Undoubtedly, in the martial arts world, there are many martial pract. 1. Tionier above 10th level of the mortal martial realm, and they are all quite rich. These people have high requirements, so when they buy pills, they would obviously not choose mortal level pills, but rather buy low-grade spirit level Dan instead. Moreover, it would be bought in vast quant. 1. Ties, and after they eat it, it would give them greater benefits. Said Su Meiyao. Qin Xiang asked, so in other words, those in martial arts sects at the 8th and 9th level of the mortal martial realm are relatively poor. Su Meiyao answered, of course. So they can only buy mortal level Dan with their wealth. But you have to know that even the effects of high-grade mortal level Dan on the 8th and 9th level mortal martial realm martial pract. 1. Tioniers do not have any obvious benefits. So you need to master just the most expensive high-grade mortal level Dan, which are the cultivating Qi Dan, the grand elemental Dan, and the transforming essence Dan. Said Su Meiyao. Qin Xiang already knew some of these Dan, and they were indeed among the most expensive mortal level high-grade Dan. After taking them, their effects were also very evident and helpful. Cultivating Qi Dan mainly elevated someone's true Qi quality, so that martial pract. 1. Tioniers could refine their true Qi into a purer form. Grand Elemental Dan was a cultivation-boosting Dan. After consuming it, a large amount of spirit Qi was released, which could be directly refined into a large amount of true Qi without taking into account thin spirit Qi or spiritual veins. Last was the Transforming Essence Dan. This Dan would directly transform internal true Qi into spiritual power and was mainly used to enlarge the area of divine sense and practice its usage. Qin Xiang had the Flame Dragon's brilliant furnace. With this sacred level dragonic object, one could accelerate the time inside the alchemy furnace and thereby save a lot of time in the refining process of alchemy. It should be known that some Dan take years, or even decades for refinement. With the help of the Flame Dragon's brilliant furnace, Qin Xiang could drastically shorten the time required. Qin Xiang was going to attempt to refine the Grand Elemental Dan first, because he wanted to take the Dan himself and elevate his own power. Only after entering the 9th level of the mortal martial realm would he enter one of the big sections. There were 3 main ingredients required for refining the grand elemental Dan. Although not much, they were all required to be more than 500 years old, in addition to 20 other auxiliary materials, the oldest of these being 100 years old and the youngest being 50 or 60 years old. From this alone, the preciousness of a grand elemental Dan could be seen. If they failed to refine it, many alchemists would simply cry in despair. This stone, like fruit, is really tricky, ah. Qin Xiang had started refining. Originally, these herbs belonged to the Yao family, and there were only 4 sets, each of them being worth more than 100,000 large spirit coins. Although the flame dragon's brilliant furnace was more suitable for alchemy and the control of temperature was arbitrary, if one did not know about the degree of heating required by each herb, then even divine furnaces were useless. At this time, Qin Xiang separated his divine sense into 20 or so separate parts and controlled the flame, incinerating the 20 different spirit herbs. Moreover, these spirit herbs had to transform into herbal powder at the exact same time, so there needed to not be even the tiniest bit of time difference between them. Meanwhile, Qin Xiang also needed to use all of his brain to refine the various spirit herbs into herbal spirit qi. The consumption of divine sense would ordinarily have been too much, even for Qin Xiang. But the flame dragon's brilliant furnace allowed him to decrease his consumption of divine sense, so he did not need to resort to using dawn in order to restore his divine sense. Qin Xiang's divine sense perceived a full day pa-s sing inside the alchemy furnace, but in actuality, only a small moment had passed. This is because the flame dragon's brilliant furnace sped up the pa-s, sage of time inside it, so there was a large time difference between the two. F-U-C King S H-I plus T. I'm finished. Qin Xiang was sweating profusely as he watched a clump of colorful mist rising from the flame dragon's brilliant furnace. He could not help but curse. This was already more than 100,000 large spirit coins, which had just suddenly transformed into a puff of colorful smoke. The fact that Qin Xiang didn't cry was already considered resolute, worthy of the Tli flame dragon's brilliant furnace to not even explode after that. Su Meiyao giggled and smiled tenderly. Sister Meiyao, do not irritate me. Qin Xiang muttered. Just a moment ago, he had incinerated the spirit herb called iron element fruit and failed. This was because that iron element fruit wasn't as hard as he had thought. When he had been baking it, nothing was going wrong. So he suddenly increased the heat of the flames. Who could have thought that the iron element fruit would explode in the blink of an eye? The escaping spirit qi from the explosion caused all of the other herbal powders and herbal spirit qi to blend into a chaotic mess. This resulted in a variety of reaction with the end result of an explosion, all of which surged out from the flame dragon's brilliant furnace. I told you that this fruit is very hard to refine. Even I failed a good number of times when I used this gray fruit. Now, when I see someone failing in front of me, like I once did, of course I'm going to be delighted. Su Meiyao stuck out her rosy, fragrant tongue and continued to laugh. Every time Qin Xiang refined dawn, Su Meiyao would come out. Sometimes she would wipe Qin Xiang's sweat or perhaps gloat. Other times she would encourage him. Occasionally she would also take liberties or tempt Qin Xiang, this innocent teenager. Qin Xiang curled his lips and said, You can afford the failures, but there is no way for me. There are only 3 sets of ingredients left. He exclaimed after learning that when Su Meiyao was trying to master alchemy, even with her extensive resources, had actually failed several times. Good brother, you shouldn't be so discouraged. I just remembered the past and missed it very much. Su Meiyao took out a silky handkerchief and sweetly smiled. She then walked towards Qin Xiang and wiped the sweat off his face. Qin Xiang inhaled that refres, H.I. plussing body fragrance that Su Meiyao emitted. Feeling her tender, beautiful hands occasionally stroking his cheeks made him feel an inexpressible sensation. After a quick break, Qin Xiang continued to refine. The second time he had failed again, at the exact same stage when he was dealing with the iron element fruit. The third time he managed to successfully resolve the issue with the iron element fruit, but at the last stage of congealing the Dan, he could not control the fusion of the various herbal powders and herbal spirit cheese, resulting in another small explosion inside the flame dragon's brilliant furnace. Father is really prodigal. In just a 2-hour period, I've evaporated more than 400,000 large spirit coins. Qin Xiang laid down on the ground, feeling extreme heartache as he watched the scattered mist in the private room. Chapter 64, Poisonous Needle. Chapter 64, Poisonous Needle. The more Qin Xiang delved into the mysteries of alchemy and experimented with the higher-ranked Dawn, the more he understood why powerful alchemists were so scarce. This was because most people could not afford to consume spirit herbs. Even Qin Xiang, who was talented in comparison to others and also had the flame dragon's brilliant furnace as support, still continuously failed when trying to refine this high-grade mortal level, let alone others. Sister Meiyao, give me a kiss, then I'll have some courage again. Failing again and again, I've become fearful. Qin Xiang timidly said, but after he finished saying those words out loud, he laughed foolishly. Su Meiyao spat. You little rascal, to even try to play me for a fool. It was good that you chose me to joke with. You would not have dared to say such things to senior sister. Otherwise your face will be swollen for at least several days. Qin Xiang mischievously laughed and said, Of course I know, Sister Meiyao, it's not like you are going to be kissing me for the first time. Kissing again is next to nothing. This had occurred when Qin Xiang won the flame dragon's brilliant furnace. Su Meiyao had, in momentary excitement, kissed Qin Xiang on the cheek. However, she had not expected Qin Xiang to still be thinking about that moment. Nice try. If you mention this again, I am going to ignore you later. Su Meiyao softly scoffed. Thinking of the day when she kissed Qin Xiang's cheek, her pretty face could not help but feel slightly hot as 2 intoxicating flushes emerged. This made her even more enchanting and charming. Seeing this, Qin Xiang was stunned. Humph! Hurry up and refine the Dawn! Su Meiyao's face gradually turned even more red as she stomped her feet. Her voice was seductive yet full of anger. She turned into a white light and then disappeared into the ring. Qin Xiang was somewhat disappointed, but he knew that in order to get the beauty's heart, he first needed to become strong. He rested a moment before seriously trying to refine the Dan again. If he fails this time around, he would have to buy more herbs. More than half an hour said before Qin Xiang's evil laughter resounded in the private room. Ha ha ha! Your father has finally succeeded. In just half a day, I learned how to successfully refine a grand elemental Dan. Ha ha! After Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu heard that disgusting laugher, they immediately came out from the ring. Do not ever laugh again in such a nasty way, or I'll knock all your teeth out. Bai Yuyu's ice-cold voice resounded. This immediately made the formerly joyous Qin Xiang look as if he had just eaten dog H+T. He quickly stopped laughing and shut his mouth. He was worried that Bai Yuyu would actually knock his teeth out. After Su Meiyao saw this, she giggled. As the flame dragon's brilliant furnace opened, 5 dragon eye-sized white dawn appeared into view, with quite a bit of spirit chi wafting from them. However, each dan's costed 80,000 spirit coins. This brat, always hurting other people's pride. I thought that he would at least fail a dozen times, but it seems that only after 2 or 3 failures he succeeded like always. Su Meiyao, who was very happy in her heart, said while pouting. It was a rather seductive scene to behold. Although Qin Xiang was proud, he still managed to say with a straight face, This is all thanks to Sister Meiyao's guidance and Sister Yuyu's. It's none of my fault. Bai Yuyu interrupted him in the middle. Of course, this has everything to do with Sister Yu, because in my heart I'm always thinking how I can help restore both fairy sisters' strength. Chun Xiang grinningly said, although Bai Yu knows that Chun Xiang was just flattering her. She couldn't help but be slightly touched because Chun Xiang said this in consideration of her. In the future, put in a little more effort. When you learn a devil skill from me, I'll start teaching you seriously, said Bai Yu. Right after she finished speaking, she quickly returned to the ring. Brat, quickly swallow and refine the Dan so that you can enter the 9th level of the mortal martial realm a bit earlier. Su Meiyao helped him wipe off a bit of sweat before returning to the ring. However, Chun Xiang did not eat it immediately, but instead took a short break. Afterwards, he called Su Meiyao out and requested to learn the refinement process for both the transforming essence Dan and the cultivating Qi Dan. Seeing such a pa-s, cyanate Chun Xiang, Su Meiyao gave in and patiently guided him. The transforming essence Dan was arguably the hardest to refine among high-grade mortal-level Dan. The herbs were also the most expensive, so it was also the most expensive Dan to refine. This was because it can quickly boost divine sense growth. It was important to know that divine sense was incomparably harder to cultivate than true Qi. Also, many powerful exercises need a certain level of divine sense as part of their basic requirements. But even when he was refining the difficult, transforming essence Dan, Chun Xiang only failed his first attempt before successfully refining it. Additionally, he also produced 6 Dan at once. This made even the two beauties Bai Yu's and Su Meiyao's pretty faces turn pale. But they were also very excited as they were sure that in the future, Chun Xiang would become an alchemy genius and would definitely reach the apex in alchemy. There were 4 sets of transforming essence Dan materials. Because Chun Xiang only failed once, he managed to get a total of 18 Dan. In accordance with each Dan, the price was 10,000 spirit coins, which in total was 180,000 spirit coins. Each set of herbs only costed 15,000 spirit coins, and he was able to refine 6 Dan with 1 set. Chun Xiang was definitely blessed with fortune. However, he was not going to make that fortune in the regular world, but rather in the cultivator's world. Brat, you're quite relaxed now, huh? We are waiting for you to successfully refine spirit level Dan. Don't complain to high heavens. Su Meiyao said. She was shocked and happy for Chun Xiang's alchemy talent, but she didn't want him to be overly proud because of this success. Chun Xiang nodded his head in response. In the evening, Chun Xiang ate the Dan and went outside the city to cultivate. He was not only cultivating true Qi, but also using various methods to refine his internal and external body. This would not only make his body even more powerful, but also allow him to quickly transform true Qi into spiritual power, with which he could then cultivate into divine sense. 1 month passed as Chun Xiang became familiar with the refining process of all 3 of the most useful high-grade, mortal-level Dan. He also tried to refine some of the less famous Dan in order to improve his alchemy techniques. Of course, to not become overly reliant, he also used other alchemical furnaces for refining, with only small failures at the start before managing to be successful in refinement with other furnaces. It just took longer. For example, the Grand Elemental Dan only took half an hour to successfully refine in the Flame Dragon's brilliant furnace, took about a day in an ordinary alchemical furnace. In just 1 month, the Chun family's position in King City had also stabilized. Their Dan business expanded, although the Dan they sold were cheap the quant. 1. Tai sold were extremely vast, so the Chun family earned a lot of revenue. In the morning, Chun Xiang returned to the Chun family palace from the outside city. After just coming out from the bath, he saw Steward Lao Ma anxiously Russ. H.I. plussing over. Young master, something major has happened. Lao Ma hastily shouted. What happened? Speak. Chun Xiang quickly asked. 10 days ago, the patriarch went out to solve some issues but came back poisoned. Right now, Several elders, along with Meng Lao, are using their true qi to suppress the toxin. The patriarch's life is in danger. The instant Lao Ma finished his last sentence, Chen Xiang turned into a blur and left. Chen Xiang's complexion was dignified as he came into the private room. Several elders and Meng Bo were pressing their hands against Chen Tianhu's upper body while administering their true qi to suppress the poison in his body. Chen Tianhu's entire strong and muscular body was pitch black. His face seemed devoid of blood, and there were faint traces of black qi showing that he was poisoned. Nearby, Chen Luzhong's eyebrows twitched as he looked at a very small needle. Chapter 65, Jidagang. Chapter 65. Jidagang. At this time, several elders and Meng Bo, their complexions were somewhat haggard. All of them were sweating profusely. From their appearance, one could clearly see that they had consumed a lot of their true qi. Many thanks, seniors, for helping my dad in expelling the poison. How is he now? Asked Chen Xiang. Although his voice was calm, he was extremely worried in his mind. Chen Tianhu was Chen Xiang's father and his only family. Since his childhood, his father had taken care of him, which made him afraid at the thought of losing his father. Meng Bo said, "Rest assured, the poison has been temporarily suppressed, but it has not been completely expelled. The poison has completely seeped into the bones and meridians, even entered into his 5 zhang and 6 fu. Fortunately, we were able to suppress the poison, or else." Chen Xiang closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He then clenched both his fists. In his heart, he was completely furious. An invisible, yet heavy slaughter, qi suddenly surged out from his body. Chen Tianhu slightly opened his eyes. Although his voice was very frail, it was full of anger. Jidagang. Those BAST-RDS. They plotted against our Qin family members multiple times, so I personally went to settle all accounts. In the end, a fight broke out. After I managed to kill 2 managers of Jidagang and 5 of their elders, their chief plotted against me. I decided to not continue fighting and rushed back. Chen Xiang was shocked. Even those elders and Meng Bo glanced at Chen Tianhu with an unbelievable look. "Dad, you really rushed alone into Jidagang." Chen Xiang sucked a cold, long, deep breath. The Jidagang was a very vicious organization, specializing in poison. Many martial artists feared this dark organization. 10 years ago, 2 families sent their top experts to deal with them, but not a single one returned. Later, the 2 family patriarchs also went, but they too also didn't return. Humph, what is there to fear? Ever since our Chen family annexed the Yao family, the Jidagang has been opposing our Qin family. Always S-N-A-T-C, hang our goods. Even 10 of our Qin family members were secretly poisoned. If Jidagang is not eliminated, they'll only kill more of our Qin family members. Chen Tianhu angrily said, "Calm down." Meng Bo appealed. What Chen Tianhu did could actually be considered earth-shattering. Killing 2 managers and 5 elders of Jidagang was definitely a great loss for them. He had shaken the whole foundation of the gang by himself. Chen Luzhong arrived, and he gave everyone the needle wrapped in a thick cloth he held in his hand for everyone to look at, and said, "This needle was removed from Tianhu's arm, was responsible for poison we just suppressed a moment ago. Anybody ked by this needle will experience a paralysis, which is rather hard to detect. However, as Chen Tianhu's divine sense is quite powerful, he was able to sense his body condition and didn't continue the battle. Otherwise, the poison diffusion would have intensified." Seeing the needle, Chen Xiang's eyes fiercely opened. His complexion turned more solemn. "I've seen this needle before." Chen Xiang clenched his fists. He remembered when he fought against Crown Prince Song Nanming. He had also used a similar needle. Moreover, Lung Yulan was also stabbed by it, but the poison on it was not this strong. Yes, the Crown Prince. During the battle with Lung Yulan released ice needles and poisoned Lung Yulan. During the match with me, he released similar needles, but it was burned down by my fire. Chun Xiang's eyebrows twitched as he spoke. He was constantly pondering about how the Crown Prince obtained this sort of thing. But now that the Juda gang was revealed to also have the same thing, everyone could not help but think there was definitely some association between the two. The Emperor, Song Wu, is leisurely and carefree. Joining hands with Juda gang doesn't have even the tiniest bit of advantage for him. But it is quite possible that the Crown Prince is secretly in contact with Juda gang. Said Meng Bo, not so long ago it was him who drove out the poison from Lung Yulan, so he was also suspicious. I must clearly check. Dad, where is the Juda gang's base? Chun Xiang asked. His eyes were filled with a thick, killing intent. Free Wind Mountain, be careful. Chun Tianhu was very clear on his sons. Chun Xiang's strength also assured him, as even the powerful Yao family was defeated by him. Rest assured, we only need some more time to completely expel Tianhu's poison. Chen Luzhong patted Chun Xiang's shoulder. Chun Xiang left the private room and rode out of the city toward eastern part of King City. Freewind Mountain had always been the gathering place for bandits, and rumor had it that various scattered groups of bandits and robbers had gathered and formed one gang, which was now known as the Juda gang. After leaving the city, Chun Xiang found out that someone was following him. He pretended that he hadn't noticed and continued on his way. After eliminating the Yao family, it was quite possible that some of their remnants were looking for revenge. However, with his current strength, Chun Xiang didn't need to worry about revenge from these sorts of people. Entering the forest, Chun Xiang got off the horse and bolted into the forest. He also intentionally slowed down a bit, so that those following him might be able to catch up. However, what made him think something strange was going on was the fact that the person following him didn't take any actions and seemed to only be responsible for monitoring him. Could it be someone from Freewind Mountain guessed that I'll arrive? Suddenly, this thought sprung up in Chun Xiang's mind. He speculated there might be an ambush ahead. After entering deep into the forest, he suddenly found out that the one who was following him went around him and was now in front. This made Chun Xiang even more certain about an ambush ahead. Sure enough, after running for a bit into the forest, he saw a man sitting in front of him. Not a single tree was planted nearby, and the Sias ground was littered with fallen leaves. However, there was a luxurious chair was placed, on which sat a handsome fellow. Song Nanming. Chun Xiang coldly looked at the Crown Prince, who was once crippled by Chun Xiang. If not for a large number of good spirit herbs, the Crown Prince wouldn't have been able to recover so fast. Song Nanming appearing here only had one explanation, and that was Song Nanming and Juda gang did indeed have close relations. Hi+P. Just after Chun Tianhu left Juda gang, they had immediately sent a messaging eagle, so Song Nanming had time to come here. According to Chun Xiang's demeanor, after the poisoned Chun Tianhu fled, Chun Xiang would surely come for revenge. Because Song Nanming hated Chun Xiang, intercepting him halfway was also normal. Once Chun Xiang thought about this, he knew he had been surrounded by many Juda gang members who were prepared to use many hidden weapons laced with poison. However, he was still calm. As an alchemist, he already had the ability to negate poison. Furthermore, he was in the 8th level of mortal martial realm, so he had strong insight. Lastly, Song Nanming would not use the very same needle to plot against him. Behind Song Nanming stood 4 robust men, their whole bodies exuding pure true qi. From this, one could determine they were the Imperial Palace experts. Song Nanming, I didn't expect you to team up with the Juda gang. For the dignified Southern Martial Empire Crown Prince to actually have relations with this wicked force. If this is spread out, humph. Chun Xiang sneered. Chun Xiang, your death is imminent. Yet why are you so spirited? You'll die. And then who will know about me and Juda gang? Ha 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 ha. As long as I deal with you, when I become emperor, I will definitely destroy your Qin family. This is because I want to become the one true emperor. Song Nanming said with a maddening look. The Southern Martial Empire's emperor was an emperor in name only, although he managed the whole country. When the Chen and Yao family matter occurred, he had no right to interfere, nor had he the strength to do so. Therefore, his authority was actually very limited. Song Nanming was the crown prince, the next emperor. With his extreme desire for power, he didn't want to suppressed by those martial arts families, so he had formed relations with Juda gang-like forces. When the time was right, he planned to use these forces to secretly annihilate these families. Attack! We cannot allow him to make it alive out of here. With Song Nanming yelling, a cold wind suddenly blew in the forest. Chapter 66. Exterminating Dragon, Divine Martial Skill. Chapter 66. Exterminating Dragon, Divine Martial Skill. Song Nanming, who was being escorted by the 4 Imperial Palace experts behind him, vanished in the blink of an eye inside the forest. A chilly wind came, and Chen Xiang saw large amounts of black mist suddenly appear around him. He immediately guarded his body with vibrant true qi, transforming it into a qi cover enveloping his body. He held his breath at the same time, because he knew that this was definitely a poisonous mist. The poisonous mist had just arrived, enshrouding the place where Qin Xiang stood, covering him completely. Even under the broad daylight, it was pitch black around him. Suddenly, Chen Xiang's eyebrows twitched as he sensed numerous things quickly flying towards him from all 4 directions. Those were countless arrows, as well as needles of varying length and thickness. A variety of hidden weapons simultaneously flew over from all 4 directions. The previously dusky forest was now tightly covered and became even darker. This was similar to a rainstorm of poisonous hidden weapons that were currently flying towards Qin Xiang. Previously, Qin Xiang had perceived many people around him, but he hadn't expected them to simultaneously release this many hidden weapons in such a spectacular way. However, despite this being the case, Qin Xiang was still not the least bit afraid. No wonder Song Nanming is so certain of my death. If I was an ordinary 8th level or 9th level mortal martial realm expert, I'm afraid I would surely suffer. Qin Xiang said in his heart. As the countless flying needles and arrows stabbed him, a large amount of invisible true qi immediately burst out from his body. This was the universal force created from the fusion of the 5 elements. This deep and terrifying power pervaded through a radius of several zhang. Those flying hidden weapons were now caught by this power. None of them were able to move an inch forward, entirely suspended in the air. Countless flying needles and arrows were stopped by the universal force released by Qin Xiang. They were suspended in the air and piled up top of each other. It was as if a black wall was erected all around Qin Xiang. Hey, no more, huh? But this could still be counted as enough. Qin Xiang laughed. He used Tai Chi divine exercise with both hard and soft characteristics and released the universal force that held all of the hidden weapons suspended in place within the air. At this time, Chen Xiang sensed that all the hidden people around him started to run away into the forest. A ruthless idea came to Qin Xiang. Boom! The universal true qi surged out like tsunami from his body. Due to the sudden force, those hidden weapons, which were previously suspended in air, got blasted away along with the poisonous mist and flew out in all 4 directions. In the blink of an eye, Chen Xiang's location was now restored to the previous luminous forest. However, now there were waves after waves of pitiful screams emitted from the forest, as if a devil was demanding for hundreds of lives. Truly reaping what you sowed. Qin Xiang shook his head and sighed. He had extremely vibrant and powerful true qi. As long as he could use its power properly, nothing was impossible for him. He simply didn't need to pay any attention to hidden weapons. 2 groups of flames appeared on Qin Xiang's back. These intense flames soon transformed into a pair of giant wings. In order to prevent Song Nanming from escaping, Qin Xiang had used the vermilion bird fire wings. These fire wings instantly pushed Qin Xiang upwards, like an eagle soaring in the sky. Qin Xiang's vision was like an eagle. Even while flying high in the air, he could still clearly see everything on the ground. He soon was able to reach the road outside the forest where he previously left his horse, which was also the path back to the king's city. Qin Xiang, with his divine sense, flapped and controlled the vermilion bird fire wings and flew extremely quickly. It didn't take long for him to catch up with Song Nanming. Galloping on the horseback and speeding away, Song Nanming looked very excited because he finally was able to remove his greatest enemy. As long as his father, the Emperor Pa-S, set his throne to Song Nanming, he could carry out his plan. But at this time, he suddenly heard someone calling out his name. Song Nanming! Qin Xiang shouted while up in air. Song Nanming thought he heard it wrong, but he once again heard a clear sound coming from high above. He, along with the 4 Imperial Palace experts, raised their heads and looked up. They immediately saw a pair of fiery red wings appear up in the sky. Those pair of wings were extending from a person's body, and that person was Qin Xiang. Watching the wings formed from true qi behind Qin Xiang, A-S-H-I plus suddenly ran down along Song Nanming's entire body, from the top of his head to the sole of his feet. Qin Xiang was still alive. Moreover, he was using a priceless true qi wing martial skill. Qin Xiang dived down from the sky. A large amount of terrifying azure true qi suddenly appeared on his palm. Soon, a giant palm from true qi was formed. Although Song Nanming and others were running, they were nothing more than rabbits, struggling in a falcon's grip. Qin Xiang released the giant palm and fiercely struck down, pressing down on Song Nanming and all of the Imperial Palace experts. This was the true qi from someone in the 8th level mortal martial realm, and it also contained azure lightning and aura wind. Under its terrifying power and momentum, Song Nanming and the others were seriously injured in blink of an eye. Man and horse were both pressed against the ground. The horses were instantly killed, while their riders were vomiting blood, struggling on the ground. Qin Xiang arrived next to them while holding a long blade. Right in front of Song Nanming, Qin Xiang began beheading those Imperial Palace experts one by one. Watching this horrific scene unfold in front of him, Song Nanming trembled from fear and even wet his pants. Qin Xiang could kill Song Nanming unscrupulously, and he knew it. Death was right around the corner, and the air was filled with the strong stench of blood. For heads were placed in front of Song Nanming, but in spite of the gory sight in front of him, what made him more frightened was that smile on Qin Xiang's face combined with the thick slaughter qi emanating from his body. I didn't even intend to pursue the matter from the previous martial art tournament, but I also did not think you would plot to kill me. This is what you asked for, Qin Xiang coldly said. Song Nanming's handsome face was twisted. He was seriously injured and didn't have an ounce of strength to resist, but he still said with difficulty, "Young Master Qin, before he even finished his sentence, Qin Xiang's blade fell, separating Song Nanming's head from his body. The Crown Prince had just been beheaded by Qin Xiang. Presumptuous guy, always making other people waste their energy," Qin Xiang said with disdain. He took Song Nanming's storage pouch and looked inside. In addition to tens of thousands of spirit coins, there was also a brand new book. Qin Xiang quickly took out the book and opened it. When he saw the words, "Dragon Martial Technique," he was immediately delighted in his heart. He did not think that Song Nanming would actually carry around the Dragon Martial Technique. Qin Xiang quickly put the Dragon Martial Technique inside the invisible ring so that Su Meiyao and Bai Yu could study it. The ancient Dragon Martial Technique could be considered a type of divine exercise. It was so powerful that even Su Meiyao and Bai Yu were very interested in it. It's just a part of the complete Dragon Martial Technique. Its main portion is to guide the user in how to transform their true qi transforming into dragon's aura. Afterwards, with this dragon aura, the user can cast out martial skills, It was exactly the same as the dragon orifice that you used before. That so-called dragon orifice you previously stole from and used against Song Nanming was actually still not quite perfect. Furthermore, it could also be said that Song Nanming had not practiced enough and was not proficient in this skill. Su Meiyao said excitedly, "There's such a good martial skill, and yet he didn't practice enough. This crown price is simply a waste." Those ice-cold eyes of Bai Yu was calmly staring at that book. Although it was handwritten, it was very detailed. Chun Xiang was already missing some suitable martial techniques, as there weren't many inside the divine exercise of 4 symbols. Furthermore, the few in there often required extremely vibrant true qi to properly display their effects. Although the Chen family may have a few decent martial techniques, Qin Xiang was not satisfied with them. Besides, the majority were not suited for his cultivation. "Sister Meiyao, is there any difference between the dragon martial technique and the azure dragon divine exercise?" Qin Xiang asked. "They are completely different. The dragon martial technique was personally created by a dragon. Meanwhile, the azure dragon divine exercise was created by a human in accordance with a dragon. According to ancient legends, it has been mentioned that the dragon martial technique created by a dragon can fully display a dragon's formidable power, even to the point where it is capable of killing other dragons. As such, it is also known as the exterminating dragon divine martial skill." Su Meiyao said, "Exterminating dragon divine martial skill." Just from the name itself, Qin Xiang knew it was very formidable. So, the fragments of the dragon martial technique should be scattered throughout the world. But if all of them were to be collected, that would mean that, as Qin Xiang thought about this, he suddenly became very excited. However, he knew in his heart this would be very difficult to achieve. Chapter 67, Martial Spirit. Chapter 67, Martial Spirit. A ballistic bunny, the No-One fan Qin Xiang set fire to Song Nanming and the others to incinerate their bodies. But what made him surprised was that although the fire reduced them to ash, 2 qi long golden bands of light remained. "TLN, 1 qi equals 1/3 m. What is that?" Qin Xiang said with uncertainty, and then consulted Bao Yuyu and Su Meiyao. Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu, who were both wearing a black hood, came out of the storage ring. They wore these outfits, so no one would be able to see their appearances. "It is a martial spirit?" In Bai Yuyu's ice-cold voice, a sliver of surprise could be heard. Su Meiyao leaned down and stroked it with her head, saying with certainty, "Yes, they are martial spirits." What is a martial spirit? Qin Xiang had never heard of such a thing. This thing has a unique property. What it is specifically is unclear. Anyway, it is bred out from true qi, produced by heaven and earth. If it is an ice martial spirit and fuses with your arm, even fire attributed true qi, after pa-s, sing through the ice martial spirit will become ice-cold true qi, said Su Meiyao. Qin Xiang was surprised. "So you're saying if someone who cannot release fire true qi integrates a fire marital spirit into their arm, then they could very well be able to release fire true qi?" Bai Yu said yes. So any martial spirit is very valuable, and it is also why we cannot tell what attribute this martial spirit has. Qin Xiang just heard about this mystical resource for the first time, which shows just how rare it was. But then why would Song Nanming have it? Having a martial spirit might not make much sense to you because you are able to freely release the 5 elements of true qi, but you should keep it to sell later. You should be able to exchange it for a lot of good resources. Su Meiyao got out a small jade bottle and using the Tai Chi divine exercise, sucked in the martial spirit. Qin Xiang flew up towards Free Wind Mountain. Killing Song Nanming not only gave him the exterminating dragon divine exercise, but also the martial spirits. This harvest can be considered to be very big. Using his divine sense, Qin Xiang asked Su Meiyao, who was inside the ring, "Sister Meiyao, can you talk about these martial spirit things with me? Is it really irrelevant and useless for me?" Su Meiyao said, "Of course not. there are many different types of martial spirits. In addition to the primary elemental martial spirits, there are also beast martial spirits that have been congealed out by demon beasts, which is equally rare. The kind which is most useful to you would be a fire martial spirit. It is able to change the very nature of the flames, allowing them to have a wide variety of properties, which is very helpful to alchemists. Fire spirits are very rare. I only know that my teacher has one and has never seen anyone else have it, but only heard rumors that several strong individuals have one. Qin Xiang is secretly shocked. He heard from Su Meiao's mouth that people who have this fire martial spirit are one of those extremely strong experts. Free Wind Mountain, although not very high, is still a very big stone mountain. At the highest point, many houses are constructed, and above the hilltop there was a majestic palace hall. Qin Xiang did not expect that in such a place there will actually be a gathering of the black forces at such a large scale. Qin Xiang admired his father, who with only the 8th level of the mortal martial realm, actually dared to solo rush into the large dark forces and also killed a lot of their important members. At the foot of the mountain, due to the pervious rush by Chen Tianhu, many people are patrolling. This Free Wind Mountain is way more heavily guarded, but that doesn't matter to Qin Xiang. His father had previously beheaded many high-level members, so he was much more relaxed. Qin Xiang already knew that the Juda gang is very formidable, and that they used all kinds of hidden weapons laced with poison. As long as he took the proper precautions against them, he simply had nothing to fear from this Juda gang. Before, Qin Xiang was attacked from all sides by thousands of hidden weapons. Yet all of them didn't even matter to him. Those hidden weapons are not even slightly effective against him. One Juda gang member saw Qin Xiang coming out from inside the mountain forest. He immediately unsheathed the sword on his waist, shouting, "Who is it?" "Qin Xiang." When the Juda gang members saw this handsome teenager burst out a mesmerizing slaughter qi while he spoke, they could not help but be alarmed. They had no doubt that this teenage is the rumored Qin Xiang. "Edian no S, H, I, plus T Sherlock," he just shouted out his name. Qin Xiang's eyes, containing immense amounts of slaughter qi, swept through the group. Suddenly, those Juda gang members waved both of their arms quickly as numerous steel needles of varying sizes flew out from their hands. Under the illumination of the sunlight, they all flashed with an intermittent cold aura. Just as Qin Xiang expected, most of the Juda gang members used hidden weapons. If it was any ordinary martial artist, they would have difficulty guarding against these attacks and would be easily killed by these people. But for Qin Xiang, this simply did not pose that much of a threat. His eyebrows just simply rose while hot aura qi surged out from his body, forming AS, HI, plus ELD that wrapped around his body. These steel needles were stopped in their tracks by the S, HI, plus ELD. Qin Xiang, watching the sharp steel needles, coldly smiled and emitted a powerful divine sense. This in turn controlled those countless steel needles, making them turn around right back onto those Juda gang members. Creating all these steel needles shouldn't be that easy, right? Here, I'll return them all back to you. Qin Xiang sneered as the countless steel needles fell like a rainstorm towards the Juda gang members. The Juda gang members who weren't able to react properly in time easily got pierced by the countless different steel needles, resembling a human hedgehog. Afterwards, Qin Xiang saw a scalp-tingling scene. Not far from him, those 40 to 50 people, after being pierced by their steel needles, suddenly turned black. These people emitted the most miserable screams as their bodies slowly melted, turning into a black pool of blood. This blood is full of poison, as not just their bodies, but even their clothes weren't spared as they melted. Slowly the stones beside them and even those steel needles disappeared, showing just how terrible this poison is. This Juda gang cannot be allowed to remain. Qin Xiang said with a frown. He released a large amount of flames, incinerating the poison blood, then started flying towards the hilltop. Just a moment ago, when Chen Xiang and the Judo gang members acted, the intermittent rings of bells came from the hilltop. Chen Xiang knew he has been discovered, but he still ran towards the hilltop. Arriving at the top of the hill, surprisingly, there was no one there. When he entered the majestic palace hall, he saw a person covered in a full black robe inside the luxurious large hall. But suddenly behind this figure appeared a large crowd that surrounded him. Their numbers could only be counted in the thousands. "Is your father dead?" One white-haired, dwarf, ugly old man came out, in a very ugly voice asked, "Tielen, what the H, E, L, everything about him is ugly. LOL, nope, alive and well." Chen Xiang calmly replied, which made the ugly dwarf old man's eye fiercely shoot open. Chen Xiang determined this old man should be the Judo gang chief. "Humph, in that case, why did you come here to die?" The Judo gang chief coldly said. When he looked at Chen Xiang, there was an expression in his eyes that seemed to be looking at a dead man. "I did not come here to die. I came here to collect your life," Chen Xiang solemnly stated. His face and tone were completely serious. Chapter 68. Jiu Duji. Chapter 68. Jiu Duji. The No One fan and Inalistic Bunny listening to this, the Judo gang leader, as if listening to a joke, actually laughed. Following right after him, all the black-robed men around him also started laughing. Their laughter was very ugly and absolutely terrifying. "Your father came quietly, which is why it cost us dearly. If we had taken early precautions, then he would have died. But now in your case we have taken these necessary measures. There is no doubt that you will certainly die." Judo gang leader said with a sinister laughter, "You are able to come here, then you should have not encountered Song Nanming. It's your good luck, but you coming here is also the same as death. Of course, I will not let you die so easily. I'll use poison to slowly kill you, and even use you to threaten the Qin family." Chen Xiang interrupted him and said, "I met Song Nanming, and this also means that I also experienced your proud Judo gang, but seems that they are not very formidable." Chen Xiang's words made the triumphant Judo gang leader's complexion suddenly sink, and with an unbelievable look on his face said, "Brat, I know you're formidable, but the fact that you're still not dead under the siege of hundreds of groups of the Judo gang would mean that you would have to be in the 10th level of mortal martial realm. I admit your embroidery needle technique is not bad, pretty dangerous, but in my eyes they are only the acrobatics of a child," said Chen Xiang, who originally was smiling, but suddenly his smile disappeared and his face turned into a face that was full of slaughter chi. "I'm not in the 10th level of mortal martial realm, but I'm able to kill a 10th level mortal martial realm expert." Immediately after speaking, in Chen Xiang's one arm suddenly surged out an invisible chi aura, which was congealed out from universal true chi. If their divine sense was not strong enough, then they simply couldn't find this frightening true chi. When the Judo gang members had just discovered Chen Xiang action, Chen Xiang's fist already fiercely struck out and rushed forward. Because the speed was too fast, a majestic force struck from the air above, emitting a deafening explosion, and the whole ground broke as it was unable to bear the strong force and the spreading of the chi undulation, which shook and smashed everything it passed. This made the entire palace hall to fiercely shake. Chen Xiang's punch, in blink of an eye, burst out and also accurately struck on top of that old man's chest. But what made Chen Xiang surprised is the fact that the Judo gang leader actually did not fly out, and instead in that moment the Judo gang leader released a chi aura and withstood that fierce power of Chen Xiang's. "You!" Judo gang leader had an antic. 1p aided that Chen Xiang would act so suddenly and with this much frightening power. In his own opinion, this power was comparable with several 10th level mortal martial realm experts. He vomited a mouthful of blood, as Chen Xiang's fist had seriously injured him. "Attack! Kill him!" As the voice faded, Chen Xiang's fist suddenly turning golden, and glowing true chi flowed in the veins inside. The place that his feet landed on was smashed, as the extremely powerful, true chi madly surged out from his body. Qinxiang punched out a fist once again. Dragon Aura Fist. This is in Dragon Slayer divine martial skill, and its power can only be imagined, not to mention the fact that it was formed by using universal true qi. Stop! I'm from the 100 Poison Sect! He hadn't even finished speaking, and yet Qinxiang's fist, which was like a ball of golden aura, thunderously struck on the Juda gang leader's head, violently flying and hitting him. True qi, containing extremely strong destructive power, struck on that head, and the head, together with the upper body, was blown into pieces of meat in the blink of an eye. At the same time, countless flying needles flew towards Qinxiang's body. Qinxiang did not deal those hidden needles at first, as he knew that all of the hidden weapons were pushed through by pouring true qi in them, and as long as it was only this strong, he could accurately deal with them, either directly using powerful true qi to burst open them, or by controlling them was the only way to deal with these hidden weapons. Qinxiang had a strong divine sense which he soon released, and those countless flying steel needles coming from all around became perfectly distinguishable for him, because in his eyes those steel needles all became slower. This time, Qinxiang, unlike before, didn't use any true qi to resist these steel needles, but with his divine sense directly manipulated these poisonous needles, and stopped those needles and suspended them entirely in the air. Humph, you only have the same attack pattern. Qinxiang coldly spoke, and from his body surged out a horrifying scorching qi. He used this scorching qi and billows of flame to start burning everything all around him, and in blink of an eye all those steel needles burned down entirely. Those Juda gang members were all shocked, as they thought their hidden weapons were very powerful. Unexpectedly, so was the Qinxiang. During their preparation in attempts to launch a second wave of hidden weapons, Qinxiang had suddenly disappeared in the fire sea inside. As they raised their head to look up in the air, there was a huge burning palm, spraying a hot qi undulation, as if a big mountain was pressuring down on them. Boom, boom, boom. The huge burning palm pressed down, producing violent and thunderous explosions and pressing hundreds of group of gangs in the great hall and turning them into meat patties, followed by a flame incineration. Qinxiang once again entirely released his Ju-Kei true qi and transformed it into a huge palm, and inside this large hall the entire Juda gang group was killed by the following explosion. In the eyes of a 10th level mortal martial realm expert, ordinary people are like ants. It also isn't an exaggeration that a 10th level mortal martial realm strength compared with 8th level mortal martial realm strength is extremely strong. Although Qinxiang is at the 8th level of the mortal martial realm, his strength displayed was neck and neck with martial artists of the 9th level of the mortal martial realm and even the 10th level mortal martial realm, the complete state of mortal martial realm. Qinxiang came out of the hall, arrived outside, and again used his terrifying power capable of SMAs. Plussing a mountain, and completely destroyed the Freewind mountain top. Coming down from the Freewind mountain, Qinxiang immediately operated the Tai Chi divine exercise and converged his irascible slaughter qi. Otherwise, just after killing a group of people, he looked like a slaughtering human fiendji. Qinxiang just came down from the mountain and entered the forest inside, and found one thin middle-aged man was in front of him. This man, who had a plain appearance, wearing a clean white robe with a beard on some places on his chin, seemed like an ordinary man. But when Qinxiang saw this middle-aged man, a sense of dread could not be helped but be born in his heart. This middle-aged man had quietly appeared near him. Moreover, Qinxiang wasn't able to see his strength, and Qinxiang's intuition also told him that this middle-aged man was one very dangerous figure. I did not expect to even find such a genius in this secular world, even to have a true Qi Wing type martial skill, and have such an amazing inherent potential for alchemy. Even your strength is enough to be shocking. If you can enter the true martial realm, you certainly would be the most promising young man, said the middle-aged man with a deadpan expression, and his voice also didn't even have an ounce of feelings. Who are you? Asked Qinxiang, looking defensive. That middle-aged man revealed a very stiff smile and said, My name is Jiu Dizzy, the founder of the Juda gang you just destroyed. Yet you say who I am?" Chen Xiang was surprised in his mind. He knew this Jiu Dizzy was here for a very long time, but still didn't act, and even watched the Juda gang's destruction, which he himself had established. One can clearly understand the goal of this Jiu Dizzy from this attitude. He was only waiting for Chen Xiang to consume his true qi so that he can easily deal with Chen Xiang, as he would rather destroy his own clan. This showed how important he regarded Chen Xiang. 10th level mortal martial realm. Chen Xiang solemnly said, "Good eyesight." Jiu Dizzy coldly smiled, looking at the burning palace hall on the mountaintop, and said contemptuously, "For me in this world, I simply do not care about anything related to the Juda gang, as I only set it for recreational purposes." "You have consumed a lot of true qi. Rest assured, I will not kill you. I'll take you back to 100 Poison Sect and present you as a gift to the sect elder. And they'll like you very much. But prior to this, you must hand some things to me, or I'll let you experience what is called a living death." After speaking, Jiu Dizzy face turned completely ruthless. Chapter 69. Surprise. Chapter 69. Surprise. The other party was at the 10th level of the mortal martial realm, which would be Chen Xiang's first time facing an expert of this level. Moreover, the expert was a disciple of a martial arts sect. Yet there was not an ounce of fear in his heart. On the contrary, he was rather excited because he hadn't met a decent opponent for quite a while now. "What do you want me to do? Surrender?" Chen Xiang asked, and though he looked serious, he still gave off a very calm feeling, which made even Jiu Dizzy slightly surprised. "The 1,000-vein fruit, the 1,000-year beastan, the H-E-L-L spirit, GRAS. You're cultivating martial skill, as well as all of your pills. Give them all to me." Jiu Dizzy's eyes were filled with greed, because these things, even inside a martial arts sect, were very precious, and he believed that he wouldn't be able to get them anytime soon. "Come and collect it yourself." Chen Xiang pursed his lips, as a sliver of a smile could be found on his face, and his previously grim face was suddenly full of soaring war intention, as slaughter qi valiantly soared from his robust body. Seeing the change in Chen Xiang's appearance, Jiu Dizzy was startled because, mere moments ago, Chen Xiang had looked like someone whose true qi was almost depleted. "Humph, callow brat, a youngling like you dares to try and run rampant in front of me." Jiu Dizzy waved his hand, and a blackish poisonous powder immediately surged out from his sleeve. It transformed into a fierce wind and blew towards Chen Xiang. At such a close range, Chen Xiang was simply unable to react in time, and he was, in the blink of an eye, drowned by the billowing, black, poisonous wind. "Brat, the 100 Poison Sect is one of the 5 devil sects and specializes in poisons. They don't have any powerful martial skills. Even though he is in the 10th level of the mortal martial realm, he cannot even utilize half of the usual strength of a 10th level mortal martial realm pract. 1. Tionier. As long as you can deal with the poison they use on you, it is easy to deal with them." In Chen Xiang's mind, Bai Yuyu's voice appeared. Previously, Chen Xiang had learnt several methods of resisting poison from the two beauties beforehand. At this point, the Vibrant would attribute true qi wrapped Chen Xiang's entire body like a cock. Oh! And, however, the poisonous powder was still able to seep in. If his true qi was not vibrant enough and wasn't resisting the poisonous air internally and externally, he would have been poisoned. This shows how fearsome the 100 Poison Sect are when using their poisons. Chen Xiang's body suddenly shook as the poisonous mist shrouding his body was dispersed. It was even blown away towards Jiu Dizzy, while at the same time Chen Xiang took one step and arrived in front of Jiu Dizzy. He opened his mouth and roared, casting Azure Dragon Roar, which started spewing lightning chi aura and accompanied the poisonous mist to attack Jiu Dizzy. After he finished casting Azure Dragon Roar, Chen Xiang then cast Dragon Aura Fist. His true qi transformed into a dragon aura. Using this dragon aura, he punched out a heavenly tiger storm, killing fist. After this frightening dragon chi aura was released, it generated fearsome chi aura explosions, one after another. Geodizzy simply didn't expect Qinxiang to resist his poison and, even more, to counterattack him at lightning speed. Furthermore, with such a fearsome, true chi. In the blink of an eye, together with his own poisonous mist, dozen or so blows from Qinxiang had struck his body. Each fist that was struck on Geodizzy's body produced a fearsome chi explosion, which made even the ground tremble. Leaves started to fall from the nearby trees due to the aftershock, while Geodizzy vomited a mouthful of blood. At any rate, Geodizzy was also a 10th level mortal martial, realm martial pract. 1 Tionier. Though he often used poison, his true chi was still very vibrant, so he still had a certain level control over his true chi. He was capable of quickly resisting Qinxiang's violent and fearsome punches with his vibrant true chi. Well, Brett, I underestimated you, but do not look down on me quite yet. While Geodizzy spoke, he released dozens of pitch-black snickersnees, which pierced through the air and flew towards Qinxiang. TLN, Snickersnay, a large sword-like knife. Qinxiang quickly moved his true chi and released an aura wall in front of him, blocking the pitch-black snickersnees. But a snickersnay is unlike the previous poisonous needles and weren't so easy to deal with. Surprisingly, these snickersnees that contained poison slowly penetrated his aura wall. Not far away, Geodizzy was controlling these snickersnees with his divine sense. Brat, you're still too tender. Explode. Geodizzy sneered, and at that exact moment, the snickersnees exploded. A powerful chi aura burst out from them, while these snickersnees turned out to be somewhat special. Unexpectedly, compressed chi aura could be poured into them, so when they exploded, Qinxiang's aura wall was taken along with them. Moreover, a black poisonous mist burst out. This Geodizzy had endless means, and it was virtually impossible to guard against all of them. If it was any other 10th level mortal martial realm expert, they certainly would have been killed. The people we both have previously encountered are very different. The people you met, though you can easily defeat them, they're still nothing in my eyes. Geodizzy gradually walked towards Qinxiang. The power generated by the explosion of those snickersnees caused Qinxiang to fly before he was smashed into the ground. Geodizzy thought Qinxiang had been seriously injured and also poisoned. He didn't expect at all that Qinxiang would suddenly bounce back from the ground and rush towards him like a bolt of lightning. Qinxiang's right hand transformed into a dragon claw. This incredibly sharp claw was congealed out by using his azure dragon aura chi, which was capable of destroying even the strongest of defenses. Like a lightning bolt, Qinxiang suddenly swooped towards him. Geodizzy was simply defenseless. All he could do in time was to mobilize his true chi to reduce the damage as much as possible. Yet he still underestimated Qinxiang's azure dragon claw, which, to his surprise, directly stabbed into his abdomen, engulfing devil skill. Qinxiang cried in his heart, operating the frightening devil skill Pa S, said down by Yuyu, engulfing the 10th level mortal martial realm Geodizzy's true chi. Geodizzy was greatly shocked in his heart, as he could feel how his vibrant true chi was rapidly pouring out of his wounds. He could see on Qinxiang's handsome face that it was now abruptly covered with hideous blue veins, and he could sense that his true chi was directly pouring into these blue veins. Qinxiang was engulfing his true chi. Geodizzy panicked. Every devil sect members aspired for this type of devil skill, but these type of devil skills are only owned by devil path sections. However, at this moment, Geodizzy was personally experiencing it. You! Geodizzy roared as he took another snickersnay out and madly stabbed it towards Qinxiang. But Qinxiang, before he had casted the engulfing devil technique, had released his strongest chi aura defense around his body, because it was harder for him to gather his own true chi while he was engulfing Geodizzy's true chi, thereby reducing his power greatly. Boundless true qi madly surged into Chun Xiang's internal body, violently surging into his meridians. This wildly flowing true qi caused incessant pain in his meridians. But on the other hand, Jiu Duzi's complexion was turning increasingly white, and the strength of his whole body was becoming weaker and weaker. In the blink of an eye, more than half of his true qi was gone. Chun Xiang extracted his right hand from Jiu Duzi's abdomen, while fiercely punching out with his left hand. Tyrannical true qi surged out and bombarded on Jiu Duzi's body, breaking open his thin and flat body. Jiu Duzi wasn't dead yet, as that skinny and hideous face of his was filled with fear, anger, and despair, all at the same time. What did you do to me? I don't have my true qi. That is dozens of years of my cultivation. Gone. Go die already. Chun Xiang punched out in the air, and a tyrannical true qi transformed into black qi aura, which struck Jiu Duzi's body. The upper half of his body almost exploded, as it turned into many bits and pieces. Chun Xiang picked up Jiu Duzi's storage pouch and hastily flew away. His body couldn't withstand the new internal tyrannical true qi, which was raging inside his meridians and 5 zhang and 6 fu. His face was ashen. Brat, I already told you that you should not engulf someone whose strength is much stronger than your own. If you aren't able to control this engulfed power, your body will explode and you will perish. Bai Yuyu coldly shouted. Her voice was full of anger, but there was a sliver of concern within it. Sister Yu, do not worry. I have a sense of proportion. Chun Xiang operated the Tai Chi divine exercise, refining as much as possible of the engulfed true qi, along with swallowing many pills, which could help him in refining the true qi. Chapter 70. Inheritance Bead. Chapter 70. Inheritance Bead by Yu was very Aya set off, but now was not the time to teach him a lesson. Quickly find a place and carefully refine it. Bai Yu instructed. Her ice-cold voice sounded somewhat anxious, which made Chun Xiang's heart feel a little warm. He suddenly felt somewhat guilty for not remembering Bai Yu's advice, even though she had insisted on it so many times. Chun Xiang went deep into the mountain forest and prepared to refine the engulfed tyrannical true qi above a giant tree. This true qi rejected him after entering his body because this true qi wasn't originally his, thus becoming maniacally oppressive, and if it was not suppressed, then it would soon blast him to death. Fortunately, the situation itself wasn't all that bad. Although Jiu Duzi was in 10th level mortal martial realm, his true qi was not so pure. Moreover, his true qi didn't possess any kind of attribute. The Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram within Chun Xiang quickly started spinning, sucking that muddy true qi inside the Tai Chi diagram for refinement. Immediately after that, pure white true qi started to shoot towards the 5B, ALL, S of different attributed true qi breeding above the Tai Chi diagram. Meiyao sister, what do I do next? I feel that these 5 true qi B, ALLS aren't able to AS, simulate that much true qi in any way possible. Chun Xiang asked. Compress them and congeal a form. Congeal 5 different shapes from these 5 elements, true qi B, ALLS. Su Meiyao immediately replied. So, I'm going to enter the 9th level of the mortal martial realm, the true form realm. Chun Xiang asked. Compressing the true qi and congealing out a form was done to enter the 9th level of the mortal martial realm. Not so fast, since you want to condensate the form from all 5 true qi B, ALS, and you're also cultivating the divine exercise of 4 symbols. Then you should congeal the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise. These 4 ent. 1 ties. Su Meiyao instructed. Chun Xiang frowned and said, But I don't know the true appearance of these 4 divine beasts. So how am I going to congeal their appearance? Moreover, my main cultivation exercise is the Tai Chi divine exercise. So shouldn't my true form be relevant with my main exercise? The divine exercise of 4 symbols is a branch exercise of the Tai Chi divine exercise. The Tai Chi divine exercise and the divine exercise of 4 symbols have the very same mnemonics for congealing out shapes for entering the 9th level of the mortal martial realm. So if you follow according to my previous mnemonics, naturally you'll be able to congeal the 4 divine beast forms. Su Meiyao spoke. TLN, mnemonics, chanting sutra. After listening to what Su Meiyao said, he immediately thought about the one seemingly common mnemonics of the divine exercise of 4 symbols and the Tai Chi divine exercise, which he couldn't completely understand. Su Meiyao once said that this was the most crucial mnemonics. However, she hadn't told him that this mnemonics was responsible for congealing the true form. Chun Xiang immediately started operating the exercise according to the mnemonics, letting the true qi flow into his dantian according to the prescribed method. He first decided to congeal the azure dragon beast form, and he started compressing a large amount of true qi to congeal this form. During this process, a large amount of true qi was compressed together, and because of this, true qi continuously exploded. Due to these small explosions, there was a qualitative change in his true qi, making the true qi much more vibrant and intrepid. An entire day went by, and above the Tai Chi diagram in Chun Xiang's dantian there was true qi in the form of a snake dancing. Currently, it was only in embryonic form and had not fully taken form yet, so one couldn't see the minutiae of the azure dragon on it yet. Your true form has just taken shape, so it's not the genuine and final form. Only after reaching the 10th level of the mortal martial realm, the complete realm, will the true form within your body be lifelike. You must separately compress all 5 attributed true qi into a form, and then only can you consider yourself to have advanced into the 9th level of the mortal martial realm. Su Meiyao continued. Chun Xiang nodded his head and continued to cultivate. The next morning, warm morning light shone onto the branches and the leaves above Chun Xiang's body. Chun Xiang gradually opened his eyes and gently sighed, as currently he was only able to congeal 2 true qi forms. The azure dragon and the vermilion bird forms were extremely fuzzy, but they were molded by compressing a large amount of true qi, so they were much more vibrant than before. Originally, the true qi ball was like a small bead in a very big SPC containing a few hundreds of rice grain-sized true qi inside them, but now the very small bead contained tens of thousands of rice grain-sized true qi in them. But this was just the initial state. If one really wanted to congeal a lifelike true qi form, then at that time one needed to compress hundreds of thousands of this rice grain-sized true qi in that tiny little SPC inside. Only 2 true qi forms. Chun Xiang inspected the interior of his dantian and was slightly disappointed. While watching the snake form and the bird form spreading its wings above the Tai Chi diagram, it's enough. That guy's true qi had a large amount of impurities, and after refining it and compressing it, not much of it remained. Su Meiyao spoke. Humph, next time don't do it again. Bai Yuyu angry voice sounded out, making Chun Xiang's whole body tremble. Chun Xiang immediately smiled apologetically and said, Yuyu sister, I was wrong, there will be no next time. I know that you wouldn't dare do it again, Bai Yuyu crooned. Although he hadn't entered the 9th level of the mortal martial realm, Chun Xiang still felt that his strength had been enhanced by quite a lot, as the small explosions that were generated during the compression of his true qi had enhanced the quality of his true qi. Chun Xiang previously could blow up a tree with a rice grain-sized true qi, but now with the very same amount of true qi, he was able to blow up 10 trees. This was because a grain of his current true qi was made by compressing 10 grains of the previous true qi, steeply improving its quality. This was the result of his constant cultivation. This compression of true qi was simply boundless, and the more he wished to exceed the previous quality, the more he must try to compress it even further. But this compression process was very arduous because it requires the absorption of large amounts of spirit qi and converting it into true qi. Chun Xiang asked, Meiyao sister, using the divine exercise of 4 symbols, I can only congeal 4 forms. Yet I've 5 elements of true qi. What form will my earth true qi congeal? In the Tai Chi divine exercise, there is a divine elephant. However, when I was congealing its form, I chose to congeal a lotus. An elephant. Chun Xiang felt a burst of joy in his heart because, in his mind, the elephant was the most powerful beast. Chun Xiang was still sitting on the top of the tree, and because Juda Gang had been dealt with, this area was now safe. It was at this time that he took out Jiu Duzi's storage pouch and looked inside to find if there was anything valuable. There were a lot of items inside. However, the majority of these things were similar to the poisonous needle-hidden weapon. Poisonous powders, poisonous herbs were also present, and there were some antidotes and dawn. There were also some large spirit coins, and all of these things were useful to Qin Xiang, because if he was to encounter any form of danger on the path that was laid ahead of him, these hidden weapons and poisonous herbs could be used to attack others, which made it a pretty good harvest. Qin Xiang also found a square jade box inside the storage pouch. He took the jade box out, but when he tried to open it, he found to his surprise that he wasn't able to open it. Try using your divine sense. There must be something inside this jade box, and only with a strong divine sense will you be able to open it. Su Meiyao spoke, as although she was inside the ring, she was still able to see outside. Chen Xiang immediately poured his divine sense into the jade box, but he was immediately panic-stricken. This jade box was like a bottomless pit. Moreover, it was engulfing his divine sense, and even when he wanted to retrieve his divine sense, he found that it took him a lot of effort to do so. After a few seconds, Qin Xiang felt dizzy, but at this time the jade box stopped engulfing his divine sense and automatically opened. Qin Xiang only saw a walnut-sized jade pearl inside it, and this jade pearl was also placed upon a yellow divine beast skin. At this point, Bai Yu and Su Meiyao came out from inside the ring, and they stood on a thick branch at the giant treetop next to Qin Xiang, intently watching the thing that was in Qin Xiang's hands. This is an inheritance bead. As long as your consciousness enters this inheritance bead, you'll be able to receive the message that is inside, said Su Meiyao. She took out the beast skin padding below the inheritance bead, and the beast skin had been folded over many times, so after unfolding it open, it was very large. So, in other words, this bead contains information that was left behind by other people. Qin Xiang asked, right? Some sects deans use this kind of method. A majority of the deans pass down their martial skills in this way. So this inheritance bead may contain a martial skill or an alchemy experience left behind by others. Bai Yu said, Chen Xiang felt delighted in his heart, as he had not expected that Jiu Duzi would actually possess this kind of a treasure. He immediately poured his consciousness inside the inheritance jade pearl. Immediately after, a large amount of information suddenly surged into his mind, and after reading all of the information in his mind, his face was full of ecstasy. Chapter 0071, New Road. Chapter 0071, New Road. What is inside the inheritance bead? Su Meiyao, seeing Qin Xiang so happy, quickly asked, Hey, it is Refiner's Scroll, and it also contains some refiner's experience. Qin Xiang laughed. The demand for refiners was much more than the demand for an alchemist's, and low-level refiners could be found everywhere. But there were only few grand refiners who were capable of refining formidable equipments. These people were like alchemists in reputation. But after Qin Xiang saw that Refiner's Scroll, he was suddenly very confident that it would allow him to become a formidable refiner. Of course, though, he would still have to put more practice into it than alchemy. Su Meiyao took the inheritance bead, and after taking a glance, on her face emerged out a charming smile. This is a really good thing. There actually is a tutorial for refining brilliant grade weapons. Moreover, there are many schematics, so you better try to have a good grasp of it. Of course, Qin Xiang said with a smile. What is painted on the beast's skin? It is a map, said Su Meiyao, and at the same time she handed over the inheritance bead to Bai Yu, letting Bai Yu take a look at it. What map? Chunxiang quickly asked. A map leading to a herbal garden. But to open this herbal garden you need a key, and method to refine this key is inside the inheritance bead. Su Meiyao said. Chunxiang quickly went through all the information that entered his mind inside just a moment ago, and soon found the refining method for the key. The materials required were very easy to find, but the difficult part was engraving the complex spirit veins on the key. The key is in my hand. It fell off while opening the map. Bai Yuyu spread her white palm, only to see a small key with the size of a finger, while being covered in golden patterns. Those spirit veins were producing bizarre power, and these patterns were created only after numerous years of research by countless refiners. All equipments must have spirit veins on them, otherwise it would be just an ordinary grade equipment. Chunxiang's brilliant flame dragon furnace had many complex spirit veins inside and outside of it, and this was the reason which allowed the brilliant flame dragon furnace to have that bizarre power. The majority of spirit veins are only Pa-S, said down, and as long as the spirit veins are precisely carved upon the equipments during its refinement, then it can be considered successful. This is not that difficult, and that's also why there are many refiners. This thing looks like it is many years old, and if the garden is still there, then maybe there will be a lot of mature spirit herbs. Su Meiyao laughed. Chunxiang nods his head and asked, This herbal garden is where? It's on the way to the extreme martial sect, so it seems you have to leave early for the extreme martial sect. If this herbal garden has a lot of spirit herbs, then you should be able to enter the 9th level of the mortal martial realm, said Su Meiyao, finally going to extreme martial sect. Chunxiang was slightly excited. I'll go back now and settle everything and bid farewell to my father. After returning to the Qin family, Chunxiang first went to Qin Tianhu, and seeing Chunxiang returned safely and in one piece, Qin Tianhu let loose a big breath. Good, you were able to come back, said Qin Tianhu with face full of affection. Dad, your complexion has recovered a lot. This is a detoxification, Dan. After you take it, it'll allow you to recover quickly. Chunxiang said with a smile, and then threw a bottle to Qin Tianhu. This Dan bottle he obtained from Jiu Duzi could detoxify a majority of the poisons. Qin Tianhu did not ask how Chunxiang dealt with the Juda gang, as he knew that if Chunxiang could bring back the antidote, then the Juda gang was no more. He clearly knew Chunxiang's style of doing things. Dad, it's about time for me to depart. And although Chunxiang said this with a face full of smiles, but in his heart he was very sad. Qin Tianhu slightly sighed, and then said with a smile, Yes, you ought to go because there you'll be able to fully realize your potential. And by allowing our Qin family to have a foothold in the King City, you've already contributed too much to the family. Dad, I'm leaving. Chunxiang stood up, walked towards Qin Tianhu, and hugged him. Anne, you've grown up. I'm very relieved. Take care. Qin Tianhu was completely sad. While he patted Chunxiang's back, he knew that after Chunxiang left to go to those martial arts sects, it was possible that he would only come back after many years. Chunxiang gave Qin Tianhu some mortal level high-grade dawn, then left the Qin family and rushed straight to the Dan King Hall, after which he bid farewell to Qin Luzhong and Meng Bo, embarking on his way to the extreme martial sect. While parting, Chunxiang felt a little melancholic, but he was also very looking forward to again meeting them in the future, as he believed at that time he, his father, and the whole Qin family would have earth-shaking changes. Chunxiang from afar looked at King City, and looking at one of strongest city in the secular world where many strong experts reside, countless emotions surged in his heart, as although there were many experts inside the city, but compared with those martial arts sect, it can be considered as nothing. Xian, here I come. Looking at the distant mountain range, stretching 10,000, Li Chunxiang clenched his fist and fiercely broke into a gallop. If he wanted to go to the extreme martial sect, then he would have to pass through the mountain forest frequented by a large amount of demon beasts. It was a long way to go, full of danger, But as long as he safely reached the other side of the forest, he would have reached the place with plenty of spirit chi, and that is the location of those martial arts sects, the secular world and the gathering location of all martial arts experts, was separated by a very large mountain range, and any weak person who entered this mountain range will meet their end. Meow sister, how is the research going for that Dragon Slayer divine martial skill? Is it any good? Chun Xiang asked, as he now urgently wanted to learn more powerful martial skills. Rest assured. Wait for me and senior sister to thoroughly research this book, and at that time we'll tell you how to learn the previous dragon martial technique again, so do not worry. Su Meiyao replied. Having these two mysterious beauty as companions, Chun Xiang was very happy, and they were equivalent to his teachers, always patiently guiding him and even helping him conquer the miseries of cultivation. Chun Xiang had already memorized the route to the herbal garden, and after he entered the piece of forest as similar to a big mountain, it was very easy for him to find the starting point of the route, as a seemingly gourd-shaped mountain was present in front of him, which was the first route marker. In order to find that herbal garden more quickly, Chun Xiang used vermilion bird fire wings, and he spread his wings and soared high into the sky. The vermilion bird fire true chi of his has already congealed out of form, and thus after the compression his true chi was much more vibrant, so he did not have to worry about his true chi suddenly running out. In order to not let anyone find him flying in the sky, Chun Xiang entered the layers of clouds and hid himself inside of it. His speed of flying was too quick, and all of a sudden he entered the depths of that mountain forest. Moreover, this way he could also avoid some of the demon beasts, and although he did not fear the demon beasts, avoiding some of the problems along the way was rather convenient. The location of the herbal garden was very dangerous and also hidden inside the mountain range, located in one of the small valleys inside. Chun Xiang had been plussing for 3 days on the road, and only after this period of time did he see that mountain valley. But inside that mountain valley there was nothing. Chun Xiang swooped down from the sky and landed inside the mountain valley. And although this place's scenery was very beautiful, there were poisonous miasma drifting outside the mountain valley, as well there being various poisonous weeds. There was one cave inside the mountain valley, which was indicated on the map, and although Chun Xiang looked around for a bit and then found that cave, this cave was blocked by tall weeds. He took out a long knife and chopped off those weeds, then cautiously entered the cave, taking out a torch for illumination. This end place is hidden. If there was no map, it would be really difficult to find. Chun Xiang muttered, as he could not understand why this herbal garden was inside the cave. After entering the depths of the cave, Chun Xiang was blocked by an iron door, and he tried a bit to open it, but no matter how hard he tried, he was not able to shake that iron door. Also, regardless of how much strength he used to strike that iron door, the cave didn't even shake a little bit, and if he was attacking an ordinary mountain, it would have collapsed into large pieces long ago. This door should be absorbing your power. Honestly, use the key to open it, said Su Meiyao. Chun Xiang quickly found the keyhole on the door. He inserted the key, turned it, and heard the kacha sound. As the iron door gradually opened, a dazzling light shone from inside out. With the opening of the iron gate, Chun Xiang was completely shocked by the scenery inside. Chapter 0072 Big Harvest. Chapter 0072 Big Harvest. Unexpectedly inside the iron gate wasn't a pitch-black mountainside. On the contrary, it was filled with spirit herbs and spirit trees, and this beautiful mountain valley was filled with bright light. Su Meiyao and Bai Yu quickly came out, and after they saw this, confusion was clearly visible on their faces. All the spirit herbs here are more than 1,000 years old. Su Meiyao said, 1,000-year ginseng, 1,000-year spirit GRA, 1,000-year profound spirit ginseng, 1,000-year earth spirit GRA, SS. Although some of these spirit herbs were auxiliary in nature, but after all they were more than 1,000 years old, and now many of these looked like a big turnip. Chun Xiang estimated there were a few hundred of these herbs. There are almost 20 metal spirit fruits and 1,000 vein fruits, and there are also more than 100 purple spirit fruit. Fuck asterisk 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 asterisk. This father is not dreaming. Chun Xiang cried out loud with surprise, and his heart was fiercely beating because he was incessantly excited. Although a purple spirit fruit was not as precious as a metal spirit fruit, but it was still very expensively sold in the market, as it was one of the main herbs in refining a type of spirit pill. Humph! Why were you so happy with only this small amount? What ab yum kin? Bai Yuo coldly said. Chun Xiang curled his lips and said, I know that the two sisters' origin is out of the ordinary, and of course in your eyes these things are nothing. But currently for me they are all nothing but treasures. Quickly help me pick all of these spirit herbs. It should be enough for me to refine spirit level dawn. Chun Xiang excitedly said. Currently he didn't know how to refine spirit level dawn, and he knew that he would definitely fail many times. But in this herbal garden there were many auxiliary spirit herbs, so they could allow him to save a lot of his expenses. Only someone like Chun Xiang would make the two peerless beauties work in the field, which also made Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu secretly despise him. I'm not a man, and this beauty is used to pain but not used to the dirty work. Although these words were on Su Meiyao's mouth, she still started to pick those spirit herbs which were more than 1,000 years old. Humph, do not be loquacious. Bai Yuyu snorted, making Chun Xiang immediately shut up, as he did not dare to offend this frosty beauty. After half a day's worth of time, the majority of the spirit herbs, which were thousands of years old, in this herbal garden, had already been harvested and stored inside the residence of Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu inside the storage ring. There are 120 purple spirit fruits, more than 20 metal spirit fruits, and 1,000 vein fruit, which should be enough for me to refine the foundation building Dan. A big grin was visible on Chun Xiang's face, as the foundation building Dan was not only useful for people entering the true martial realm, but was even taken by people who had already entered the true martial realm, as this pill can allow them to raise their power level. So it was a very useful, profound level Dan. ED, if names for Dawn and stuff change, please forgive us. The names will also change in previous chapters once we reach them. The high-grade spirit level true elemental Dan was already considered to be very precious, not to mention the profound level Dan, which was even a grade above the spirit level. However, Chun Xiang was not currently anxious about the issue of whether he was capable of refining it, as it would take a long time for him to learn how to refine high-grade spirit level dawn, not to mention refining profound level dawn. Inside the herb garden, some of the spirit herbs were in their growth period, and all these herbs, which were auxiliary in nature, were also several hundred years old. Chun Xiang was in no hurry to pick them. As of now, he had hundreds of 1,000 years old spirit herbs. Moreover, all of them were very big. There are a lot of powerful arrays inside this herbal garden that can not only allow sunlight to SHI plus NE through this thick rock, but can also gather a large amount of spirit chi, which allows this herbal garden to breed these spirit herbs. It seems that the man who created it certainly must have left the mortal martial world, said Su Meiyao, while looking at this beautiful mountainside. Leaving the mortal martial world meant that they had the power to break through SPAC. Chun Xiang was also very much secretly yearning for it. But if he wanted to get to that state, he did not know which year or month he would reach such a stage. Chun Xiang, here you can be at ease and calmly cultivate and enter the 9th level of the mortal martial realm. Once you're done, you can again leave for the extreme martial sect, said Bai Yuyu, looking like a high and might empress while she was wearing a dress SHI plus Ning with a golden aura, which looked nobly and elegant as the soft sunlight shone upon it. Chun Xiang bought this dress for her. Moreover, she liked to wear it a lot, and now that her and Su Meiyao could wear these beautiful clothes and bathe in sunlight, this made them feel very joyous. However, if it wasn't as a last resort, then they didn't want to stay inside that ring. Chun Xiang now needed a massive amount of true qi to congeal out the forms for the other 3 attributes of true qi, and it should be known that he engulfed 1/10 level mortal martial realm pract. 1 Tionier, but he was only able to form 2 of the attributes of his true qi. One should then consider how much true qi he needed to transform the other 3 attributes, true qi, into their forms. The spirit qi in this herbal garden was very rich, and in addition to that, Chun Xiang also had the yin and yang divine veins. Chun Xiang closed his eyes, and he imagined himself in a spirit qi sea that was simply absorbing the spirit qi. Even after all this, it would still take quite a long time for him to enter the 9th level of the mortal martial realm. Now, Chun Xiang knew why the people who entered the 9th level of the mortal martial realm in the secular world are at an old age. This was because of the severely spirit qi in the secular world. Now, you should start learning how to refine a true qi dan. During the daytime, you should refine them, while at night, you should eat those dan. At the same time as when you digest its potency, you must also absorb the spirit qi, said Su Meiyao, who then began sing her experience of refining the true qi dan to Chun Xiang. The Grand Elemental Dan was a high-grade mortal level dan, which was capable of producing a large amount of true qi, and thereby improving the speed of cultivation. The true qi dan was much better than the Grand Elemental Dan, as it was a low-grade spirit level dan, and was also one of the most popular dan in martial arts sects. The true Elemental Dan was a high-grade spirit level dan, similarly also capable of producing true qi, but was a lot more expensive than the true qi dan, and ordinary people cannot even afford it. The true qi dan required only one main herb, and that was the purple spirit fruit. Currently, Chun Xiang had more than 120 of these, and also had lots of auxiliary spirit herbs, which generally only needed to be 500 years old. But if 1,000 years old auxiliary herbs were used to refine the dan instead, then only a little bit of it would be needed, and it would also be very cost-effective. Chun Xiang took a deep breath and started digesting the alchemy experience set on by Su Meiyao. Afterwards, he began sorting the herbs, separating each set from one another, and from this he would know how many times he had failed since he started. Chun Xiang took out his brilliant flame dragon furnace, and Bai Yu immediately rushed to a distant area, while quietly chatting with Su Meiyao, as their sisterly bond was very good. Although Bai Yu was cold, she was very good to Chun Xiang and Su Meiyao, but if it was anyone else, she would be disinclined to pay any attention to them, let alone talk to them. Not long after Chun Xiang began, he failed, and purple smoke burst out from the brilliant flame dragon furnace. On the 2nd try, he failed once again, and until the 10th try. Only then had he entered the intermediate alchemical stage, and at this stage he had to bake all the herbs into herbal powder, and started fusing the herbal powder and herbal spirit qi. But at this stage he failed once again. Ddamnit, this purple spirit herb is like one bad apple spoiling the whole bunch. I always fail, and this purple spirit fruit is the root of my trouble. Chun Xiang complainingly cursed. Distant Su Meiyao giggled and said, "It is inevitable for the high-level dan's main and auxiliary herbs to conflict, and the higher level the dan is, the more obvious the conflict is, and the more difficult it is to resolve. This is simply your job to explore." Su Meiyao had been extremely proud of her own alchemy talent, but after the appearance of this freak Chun Xiang, she had to bear twice as much. But now, seeing the expression of Chun Xiang, who was experiencing failure, she was very happy to laugh. Chun Xiang cast aside everything, and looking at that charming Su Meiyao's face BRMMING with a happy smile, he secretly cursed in his heart. "Meiyao sister, how many times did you fail?" asked Chun Xiang. "Are you testing my memory?" "My memory is very clear, and it was 72 times. Su Meiyao said, and although she failed so many times, she was very satisfied with this number. It must be known that other alchemists, if they had not failed more than 100 times, they were embarrassed. said to even say they had learned how to refine the true Qidan. Chapter 0073. Succeeded. Chapter 0073. Succeeded. Qin Xiang muttered in his heart, I'll let you be happy for now. Wait for me, and I'll definitely make you unable to laugh. He rested for a moment and then continued refining, but this time he did not use the brilliant flame dragon furnace. Rather, he took out the inferior black alchemical furnace of his that was given to him by his father. Oh, using the brilliant flame dragon furnace will let you save time. Otherwise, you will not even be able to finish refinement once in one day, said Su Meiyao. You do not need to mind my feelings. It does not matter, said Bai Yu, as she thought Qin Xiang was worried that she would not be able to adapt to the exposure of the peculiar breath of the flame dragon. From then on, Qin Xiang had not paid any attention to the two beauties again, and with complete dedication he started refining the Dan. During the night, a beautiful soft moonlight shone through the special array, penetrating the thick rocks and Ning on the mountainside in the herbal garden. Su Meiyao and Bai Yu were lying on a bed, and the two beauties were cuddling with each other. With even breathing, they were already inside their dreamland. It was very rare of them to nap in this situation, but as they were very relaxed around Qin Xiang, they could sleep soundly. Qin Xiang was refining dawn, and once in a while he took a peek at the beautiful and attractive sleeping postures of the two beauties. Seeing this, his mind was already a mess, and his furnace nearly burst due to this. It would be nice if I was able to sleep in the middle of them. Qin Xiang secretly thought this in his heart, and if this idea came to be known by Su Meiyao and by Yu, he definitely would have been despised by them for a very long time. A day and a night went by, and only then did Qin Xiang enter the last stage of alchemy process, the solidifying Dan stage, but in the end he still failed. Among the number of failures, Qin Xiang had learned to be very calm. He had a large amount of herbs. Moreover, with only 1,000-year purple spirit fruit, he would be able to refine the true Qi Dan 10 times, and he had more than 100 of these, so he didn't believe he would encounter failure with all of them. Su Meiyao and Bai Yu only entered the ring when they took a bath and changed their clothes. Qin Xiang found out that these two beauties liked to change their clothes several times in a day, and they never wore the same clothes. Moreover, they were also happy in showing it to him. Every time Qin Xiang saw them coming out after changing their clothes, he would offer a few good and remarkable praises, but every praise of his was different every time. This flattering was just a scratch on the surface for him, and always let Su Meiyao and Bai Yu's hearts be filled with joy. Qin Xiang knew these two Yaoxing had already lived for more than 1,000 years, but in the end they were girls, and girls, more than anything, liked to wear beautiful clothes, all day blindly swaying in front of men. But men only liked to watch if they weren't wearing any clothes. Yu's sister, Meiao's sister, I'll continue to buy more beautiful clothes even after entering the martial arts sect, and I think those places should have many other styles. Qin Xiang said while laughing, You brat, you're quite good at playing gooseberry, and you know the ways to flatter us, said Su Meiyao with a gentle laugh. Thanks, Bai Yu said in a low voice, and though her voice was still cold, Qin Xiang, who listened to it, seemed to find an inexhaustible gentleness. Rest assured, I'll try hard to elevate my strength, and as soon as possible, I'll help you recover your strength and eradicate your enemies, so that you can wear the clothes I buy and freely roam in the world, Qin Xiang said with earnest look on his face, and this moved the hearts of Su Meiyao and Bai Yu. They were now seriously injured, and not mentioning the fact that they still had an enemy, even some slightly powerful experts could easily defeat them. Qin Xiang was their only hope, and in their eyes Qin Xiang was behaving like a sensible brother, so they were very pleased, even though he sometimes saw them with a wicked expression in his eyes. Again a day went by, and Su Meiyao and Bai Yu were fast asleep, cuddling together. When the sunlight shone down on them, they opened their pretty eyes. However, they saw Qin Xiang with both his eyes closed, and with serious face, sweating profusely and refining pills, as he was at the most crucial stage. This was Qin Xiang's 12th try in refining the true Qidan, and having this much progress, Su Meiyao thought it was an accident. A moment later, Qin Xiang took a long, deep breath and opened his eyes, his whole face brming with happiness. He looked towards those two beauties sitting on the bed, and laughingly said, "Two sisters, how about you try the fresh breakfast I just made?" After speaking, Qin Xiang opened the lid of the black alchemical furnace, and inside there were 5 true qi dawn glittering with a purple light, which made Su Meiyao and Bai Yu endlessly shocked. Their beautiful faces were full of an unbelieving expression, and quickly rushed towards that alchemical furnace and saw the breakfast inside. Only Qin Xiang could casually treat these true qi dawn as breakfast. "Meiyao sister, I only failed 12 times, but also refined it with an inferior alchemical furnace. It seems that learning to refine pills with the lowest grade alchemical furnace is a lot more subtle. Meiyao sister, this little brother is ashamed. I was not able to reach your 72 failure mark." Qin Xiang grinned, and seeing this, Su Meiyao could not wait to knock out those white teeth of his. "Infuriating little rascal, when I failed 72 times at that time I was praised as a genius by my teacher, but you—" Su Meiyao tooted with her little mouth, and though her face was full of hidden bitterness, but in her heart she was very happy. "Continue to try hard, and now use the brilliant flame dragon furnace. It'll allow you to refine a lot more in a shorter amount of time." Bai Yu, with her jade, finger-picked the true qi dan and put it inside her beautiful little mouth, lightly chewing. This appearance of hers was truly attractive. On the other hand, Su Meiyao was still flighty, and while Bai Yu was eating, these two beauties were showing the most charming aspect of theirs. Qin Xiang, who was watching this, was dazed, and in his heart he could not wait to put them in his arms, caressing them nicely. With an inferior alchemical furnace, it took him a little more than a day, but using the brilliant flame dragon furnace, it only took him half an hour to refine it twice, and at the beginning he still failed while using the brilliant flame dragon furnace. But once he was familiar with the process, thereafter there were no failures. During the day it was alchemy, and during the night it was cultivation. Qin Xiang was harvesting the true qi incomparably quickly. Every day he was able to refine the low-grade spirit level true qi dan 10 times, with a total of 50 dawn. In the evening, after eating the dawn, he cultivated and continued to compress a large amount of true qi that was brought about by the true qi dan. Time flew by so fast, and in blink of an eye 3 months had passed. Although Qin Xiang was repeating the same routine every day, but with the two peerless beauties as his companions, he didn't get bored. Now, Qin Xiang had already congealed out 4 true qi forms: the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise. These 4 divine beasts inside his dantian appeared to be fuzzy, and although he had not actually seen these 4 divine beasts, nevertheless, after cultivating accordingly to those 2 divine exercises, he was mystically able to mold out the divine beast's forms, which secretly amazed him. Qin Xiang was now 17-year-old, and he was now going to impact on the 9th level of the mortal martial realm. Only after congealing the last true qi form would he be able to successfully advance into this new stage. If Qin Xiang had not cultivated in this special way, he would have already entered the 9th level of the mortal martial realm, as he had to cultivate several times more when compared to other people. At the center of the Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram within Qin Xiang's dantian, there was a ball full of earth true qi, but currently it was absorbing a massive amount of pure true qi and rapidly growing. Moreover, at the same time it was also being compressed, and gradually a form was appearing out of it. This form was that of an elephant, which suppressed the yin and yang diagram at the center. Spirit qi from all around this mountain valley was madly surging into this mountain valley, and therein madly absorbed by Qin Xiang. That elephant form had slowly been taking shape, and now Qin Xiang, with his huge divine sense, was established. Plus in contact with these 5 beast forms, integrating them into one form. I have succeeded. Qin Xiang shouted loudly, and suddenly invisible qi undulations burst out from his body. This was the universal true qi, and whenever he wished, he can arbitrarily integrate 5 elements of true qi into one body and release the universal force. Qinxiang, using the congealed embryonic stage, 5 divine beast forms, compressed a large amount of true qi, then once again using the invisible true qi, congealed out universal true qi, and destroyed the big door of the 9th level mortal martial realm. Qinxiang, at just 17 years of age, entered the 9th level of the mortal martial realm. Chapter 74, Entrance Fee. Chapter 74, Entrance Fee. Qinxiang, as he watched those 5 divine beast forms be molded out by compressing a large amount of true qi in his dantian, could not help but sigh because of all of that boundless true qi. Common 10th level mortal martial realm experts were not his match. As for true martial realm martial artists, as he has not seen or fought them yet, so he couldn't draw any conclusions. Good brother, your imposing manner is comparable to what mine was in the past. Su Meiyao nodded her head in satisfaction, her face filled with a charming smile. Qinxiang proudly smiled. 2 sisters, now can I go to the extreme martial sect? Perhaps I can also get you some brand new clothes. Little rascal, you really know how to make us happy, said Su Meiyao with a soft snort. You can, but you still have to be a little cautious. Inside these martial sects there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers, and in their eyes, with this little bit of strength, you're still an ant. Bai Yu cautioned. Although she and Su Meiyao were only active in this herbal garden, they still felt very happy. Su Meiyao and Bai Yu entered the ring. Qinxiang walked out from the herbal garden and arrived at the inside of a mountain valley. His body shook a little while a pair of fire wings emerged from his back. Qinxiang took a fierce leap, jumping several tens of zhang high in the air. The pair of vermilion bird fire wings behind his back flapped, making him soar in the sky. As he flew deeper and deeper into the forest, the spirit qi became richer and richer, and this caused Qinxiang to be surprised, as he knew that the martial arts sect were located in a place with very rich spirit qi, but he wasn't aware of how rich the spirit qi was. Now that he had personally experienced this rich amount of spirit qi, he understood why so many people yearned to join these martial arts sections. It is similar to paradise here, said this while looking over the cliff of a high mountain. A giant river was flowing nearby, and there were numerous singing birds in that lush green forest below that was rich with spirit qi. In this side of the world, martial arts sects have the strongest influence. Of course, next to martial arts sect, there are numerous families and empires who have similar influence. However, here there are also ordinary people who cannot practice martial arts, and these people are not few in number, said Su Meiyao. As Su Meiyao spoke, Qinxiang stood in awe of how big and strange the world was. Martial arts sects here have an ancient inheritance, meaning they were formed around various styles created by martial artists a long, long time ago. As time passed, these martial arts sect started to develop and became even larger. As more and more people joined, they exploited more and more abundant resources. As a result, strong experts were as common as clouds here. While flying, Qinxiang suddenly heard a sound of disturbance below. He went down, only to see a person fighting a giant bull whose entire body was wrapped in flames. This was the demon beast, a kind of species who knew how to absorb spirit qi between heaven and earth. These beasts had innate spiritual veins, and it didn't matter whether their strength was strong or weak. Every part of their body could be considered a treasure. Qinxiang dived down and landed next to the intense battlefield, and that flaming bull was unexpectedly fighting a seemingly 18 to 19 years old fat teenager, whose appearance was quite matching. His appearance was similar to that of an expert bully. At this moment, the fat teenager wrinkled his brow. His face was looking serious while dealing with the flaming bull at the other end. His strength was not bad, as he cultivated metal true qi, and his martial skill was also looking good. When he punched out, he played out his entire true qi. Brother, do you need any help? Qinxiang, who was now standing close by, asked. He could see that the fat teenager's foundation was not weak, and he guessed that he should be in the 9th level of the mortal martial realm. Elder brother, I fought most of the fight, and now you appear. You say you want to help me, yet I bet you just want to steal my catch. Not worth it. That fatty's reply made Chen Xiang vomit blood. Unexpectedly, this fatty was haggling over this. I simply do not need the reward. I just want to take a look at how formidable this demon beast is. Chen Xiang said with a smile. That's not okay. So be it. I'll give you the bull's leg. The fatty said, and to Chen Xiang's surprise this fatty was so principled. Good. Chen Xiang, while speaking, took a step and in the blink of an eye, arrived behind the flaming bull. Chen Xiang's fist was starting to get wrapped in a golden aura of slaughter chi, which was surging out, thereafter forming a golden white tiger head. Chen Xiang used white tiger storm-killing fist, but also used metal white tiger true chi. His fist struck the thick body of that flaming bull, emitted a thunderous sound, and his golden aura flashed and blasted ABL, oh Odie, why hole through the thick skin of flaming bull, which made the fatty astonished. Elder brother, what type of fist attack did you use just now? It was so overbearing. Fatty asked with surprise. At the same, a fist struck over the bull's head, and a fearsome chi aura burst out, which even shook the air. The flaming bull emitted a heavy roar. While the flaming bull was angry, Chen Xiang took advantage of this opportunity and let a rain of blows strike on the fat body of that flaming bull. In the blink of an eye, he had punched out tens of fearsome and tyrannical heavenly tiger storm-killing fists, and a strong chi aura pa-s said through the bull's thick skin, shaking the internal organs of the flaming bull. The angry flaming bull immediately vomited a mouth full of blood, and then that bull was no longer able to use its strength. At this time, that fatty clasped his fists together and held them high above his head, looking similar to a giant hammer. His fists fell towards the bull's head, and vigorous metal true chi transformed into a chi aura wrapped around his fists. In the blink of an eye, with thunderous sounds accompanied with chi waves flying in all directions, the bull was killed. Brother's fist technique is not bad, Chen Xiang said while praising as he calculated the strength of this martial artist. And at such young age he was so amazing. That fatty smiled. I am called Zhu Rong. What's the honorable name of elder brother? Chen Xiang. I'm only 17, and Zhu brother called me elder brother. You called me old, but I'm younger than you. Chen Xiang smiled, cupping his fists as he spoke. He did have an air about him that made others think he was more mature than his physical age. Zhu Rong grinned. It seems I really called you old, hee, but I also suffered a loss regarding this. Let's start from a clean slate. I guess I should call you younger brother? You're 2 years younger than me, and already so amazing. You must certainly be from some famous family, but I do not know what family that is. TLN. Okay, so maybe it is a little bit confusing, but here's some insight. Here, Zhu Rong called Chen Xiang Leoj, and Chen Xiang is only 17 and he is 19 years old, and hence the intended pun. Leoj, affectionate form of address for a male who is not older than oneself. Loudy, affectionate form of address for a male who is not very much younger than oneself. Lao, old. Chen Xiang guessed Zhu Rong's family must do business. Otherwise, every time he opened his mouth, he wouldn't have talked about transactions. I came from that side, secular world. Chun Xiang truthfully said. Zhu Rong was starting to deal with that body of the flaming bull, and chopped down a leg for Chen Xiang, but also intentionally cut too small, which even made Chen Xiang somewhat dumbfounded. So, do you want to enter the extreme martial sect? Zhu Rong asked, the other end of that flaming bull entirely received in the storage pouch. N. Zhu brother, are you an extreme martial sect's disciple? Chun Xiang asked rhetorically. Zhu Rong followed behind him. Luckily, I became extreme martial sect's disciple, and although your strength is pretty good, but you cannot enter the extreme martial sect, said Zhu Rong while looking proudly. Why? Chen Xiang asked curiously. Because you do not have a family behind you, and you should know that the extreme martial sect is different from other sects, and while all other sects receive their disciples, they provide the best welfare for those disciples. While the extreme martial sect charges fees while receiving disciples. Zhu Rong said this point, and his face was full of contempt, as one could see that he very much fancied money. Chen Xiang had already heard of this thing before. That's why Su Meiyao made him take out metal spirit fruit for Leng Yulan. You mean to say I cannot afford to enter extreme martial sect? Qin Xiang asked,